Good afternoon from Lexington, Kentucky and Whitaker Bank Ballpark, where this afternoon your Florence All-Stars look to capture the Battle of the Bourbon Trail as the championship series moves to a third and final game here in Lexington. Hi folks, glad you could join us. Aaron Brody alongside the great Dennis Pelfrey, the former Freedom skipper of 5 years, 2 Frontier League Championship Series appearances, and doing an admirable job as my color commentator here in the championship series of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail. So we've seen a little bit of both worlds here for the first 2 games. The Florence All-Stars grabbing game 1 5-3, but last night, evening the series was Lexington, and they did it pretty decisively with a 13-5 win.
Yeah, I mean, again, I talked about it last night, how incredible it was seeing the 2-out hits. I think 11 of their 15 hits with 2 outs, 10 of the 13 runs, or 11 of the 13 runs maybe, all came with 2 outs. So absolutely unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. Offensively for Florence, they did a pretty good job all night. Left a few guys on, didn't get the big 2-out hits. I think pitching got a little bit away from us last night, so I think we're going to try to lock that back in tonight. And I got to be honest, I know the reason we're not playing Game 3 at home is because there was something previously rented on our field. Are we the home team tonight? We should be.
We should be by virtue of the fact that Florence All-Stars were not just first in the standings, but second in the standings as well.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how it works out. It looks like they've got us up on the scoreboard as a visiting team, but we should be the home team today. You see in the big leagues right now, you got home teams being the road teams at home, so I think it's a pretty easy switch and it should have happened, but I'm not real sure what they're going to do about it, though.
And we'll see how much of an effect that has. The crowd's still filing in. Got a good crowd last night. We would expect more of the same here in Game 3. But you talked about the pitching getting away a little bit last night. That should not be a problem today. A guy that you love on the mound for the Florence All-Stars, the lefty Lars Ligori, who's got a little bit of a history with you and the Freedom.
Yeah, he is Big Game Lars, we call him, and he's a guy I want on my team every time because, he killed us in the 2017 postseason. And that's what he is. He's done a lot. I think he's probably got 10 or 11 championships in his career, dating all the way back to the Little League stuff. I mean, the guy he's a winner. He's a winner, and he's a perfect guy to start this game tonight. But you're going to see a little bit different strategy, I think, from both sides because this is a winner-take-all Game 7 type situation. So it's a Game 3, last game of the season, regardless of what happens. And the whole goal from day one, whether you're in the Frontier League, American Association, in the big leagues, you want to win the last game of the year, and that's what both these teams are trying to do now.
And one thing that's always been impressive about your teams from your 5 years in the past and even in year 6 here with the Freedom in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail was no matter what happened the day before, it could have been a lopsided loss. They could have not played well. It's always a brand new team the next day. How does Brian White engineer that same kind of mentality here in Game 3?
And that's exactly what we talked about in the post game last night. Is it's going to come from him, and that's where the difference of being an assistant coach to being the manager of a team. A guy told me this once when I got the high school head coaching job. I was an assistant for 3 years, and I got the high school head job, and the athletic director, head football coach at the time, Robert Davies. If he's listening, I doubt it, but he said something to me that stuck with me since that day, and that was 2010-ish, 2011.
A while ago.
He said you're going from being a voice to the voice, and it resonated with me, not necessarily the voice part of it, but just the mannerisms. When I talk about communication, the words you use has very little to do with what you're trying to communicate. It's your body language and the tone. So, Brian White's body language and tone need to be very good today, and he needs to have that tone like he's going to win the game.
Well, the lineup's a little bit different today for Brian White's Florence All-Stars. We'll, of course, go through the lineup as we always will closer to first pitch, but a couple of guys making their debut in terms of a starting debut here in Game 3. E.P. Reese in center field, and Rodney Tenney's going to hold it down in left.
No, I mean, obviously I love E.P. Reese, and there's a reason he got voted into the All-Stars. He's a good player. Last night pinch hit in the 9th inning after sitting in the cold for 8 innings, and comes out and gets a nice base hit off a left-handed pitcher. So no doubt he can do it. And Rodney Tenney the same. I think Rodney Tenney was battling a little leg thing for the last couple weeks, and he's obviously a difference maker when he gets in that box. Whether he does anything or not, he's a presence. So I mean, obviously switching it up just a little bit to kind of create something. I think the offense, like I said, has been really good the last 2 nights. They just haven't put up the runs that they've been accustomed to, but they've had the opportunities. So I don't see anything different tonight. I think they're gonna give themselves a good chance to win.
Well, we've talked about Rodney Tinney a bunch this year on broadcast, but people haven't heard you talk about him too much yet. On a previous edition of the Game Report, you called him the superhero of the Yalls. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, because there's so many things the guy can do. I look at it like, Superman, for example. He's got the laser eyes, he can fly, he can run, he can do all these things where you have individual superheroes like the Flash. Well, he can run, he can keep up with Superman or whatever, it's a close race, but Superman's got all these different tools and different abilities. Same with Rodney Tinney. So I designed the Rodney Tinney shift, the 5 infielders, just for him to take one of those superpowers away, and that's the bunting game. Take the bunting game away, make him swing the bat. He still got some hits off of us. He actually hit a triple, into the gap in center field there that we created, and but it's one of those things. I want to take that away from him when I'm playing against him. And obviously Lexington never watched any of the games because they haven't done it to him yet, and they're not going to do it now. So it's going to add the bunting game back in there for him.
That's what I'm really excited about. You don't hear me too often talking about wishing people weren't in our viewing audience, but that Rodney Tinney shift you put on certainly did change the game. Yeah, we're happy that Lexington's not doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing about Rodney. You're not going to be able to stop him. All you can do is hope to contain him. I hate using the cliches, but that's exactly what it is. I want to contain him, or I want to take something away from him, make him do something else. Because the best part of his game to me is the bunting game. He can do so much damage with that, get to first base, cause havoc. And our whole mentality was take the bunting game away, and if he gets on first, who cares? I don't care if he steals second. I don't care. We don't want to pay a whole lot of attention to him, because that's what he does. He takes a lot of attention away from everything else, and we're all focused on him and not focused on the game. So that's where he's a superhero.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We're right up against first pitch. We're going to step aside, send it to the PA announcer as we get set for the national anthem, starting lineups, and that first pitch of Game 3 of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series. Coming right up, right here on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
The Legends are managed by PJ Phillips, pitching coach Chad Martin, bench coach Sid Bourbon, and athletic trainer Mike Smith. Band dressers, please rise. It is time for the playing of our national anthem.
It is almost that time. Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series, the decisive Game 3 between your Florence All-Stars and the Lexington Legends. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you. Let's take a quick look at tonight's starting lineup, starting with the team that will come to the plate, maybe controversially, here in the top of the first inning. The Florence All-Stars. Craig Massey back in the leadoff spot. Simon Whiteman will hit 2-hole. Chad Stedio starts the heart. Cesar Trejo up a couple of spots in the batting order. He's the DH, and he'll be cleaning up. Tyler Fitzgerald rounds out the heart. E.P. Reese in the lineup today hitting 6-hole. Brandon Pugh slides down to 7. Jackson Pritchard hits 8. And Rodney Tinney, the second leadoff hitter, in that 9-hole. Defensive look for Lexington behind the former Southern Illinois Miner, Robbie Rowland, on the bump today. Starting with the outfield from left to right, Eric Young Jr., Ben Revere, and Cole Sturgeon. Double play duo up the middle, Devin Hairston and Brandon Phillips. Drew Ellis at the hot corner, and Yvonne DeJesus Jr. at the other edge of the infield at first. Dalton Cornett will catch the balls and strikes from the starter, Rowland. Florence All-Stars taking game 1 5-3. It was Lexington evening the series last night in their first home game 13-5. And now there's no tomorrow. It's the final day of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail. What a tremendous showcase of talent it has been for the last month and a half. Developmental League certainly did just that.
No doubt. I mean, whatever happens today, obviously, I talk about it all the time. You can't control outcome. So you just need to go up and put together a good at-bat, take what you've learned for the entire season, put it out on the line, and see what happens. We got Robbie Rowland starting for Lexington. He's obviously a seasoned veteran-type guy. He's gonna throw strikes. He's gonna try to trick you a little bit. He's gonna throw a lot of different pitches, and just go up there and have a good at-bat and see what happens. I think it's going to be an exciting day, and the only thing that can make this thing just phenomenal is we get to that Pelfrey extra inning rule here.
That would be to decide the champion, the Pelfrey rule. We'll wait and see.
Wouldn't it be awesome?
Would be. Craig Massey in the box. The right-hander Rowland fires the game's first pitch. It'll be low in the dirt for ball 1, and we are underway at 2:20.
Like a 4-4 ball game. So a little bit of offense, really good pitching, going down to the last one. I'm just curious to see what P.J. Phillips would pick. The top of his orders up, as if he's obviously the home team because we're hitting first. What's he going to pick for the extra inning?
Your guess is as good as mine, but that's one thing that you love about the rule. It does bring the manager into play.
100%. It's an important part of it.
Rowland gets this one to cross for a strike to Massey. The leadoff hitter has taken all 3. He's in a 2-1 count here in the top of the first. Just underway at Whitaker Bank Ballpark. Pitch on the way. That's in there for a called strike, 2. It's 2-2.
Yeah, you got Cedric behind the plate and that Manny down the line there. So Frontier League guys, seen them over the last few years.
Umpires usually rotating. Same 4 or 5 guys seemingly night in, night out. This one's down and in for ball 3 to Massey, a full count. And as you mentioned last night, his best count.
It's his best count. He's the most dangerous, 3-2, because you got to throw him something over the plate, and if you don't, he's going to take it.
Pitch on the way, rolled over and foul towards that Lexington Legends first base dugout.
If you throw it close, he's going to foul it off, and next thing you know, it's a 10-pitch at bat. And whether it gets on or not, it's a huge start for the Freedom offense, or the Florence offense. Apologize again.
I've just been calling them the Florence All-Stars.
Yeah, the Florence All-Stars.
All weekend. It's a combination of the Y'alls and the Freedom's best players. Massey in the Freedom jersey. Here's a pitch. He gets under, pops up on the infield. Looks like it's going to stay on the yard. Foul ground on the third base side, and the catcher, Dalton Cornett.
Very nice
catch.
play. Nice play.
Wall kind of bared down on him, but no problem. High skies today here in Lexington. No clouds in sight. Game time temperature is 68 degrees, sunny skies. That crisp breeze blowing through Whitaker Bank Ballpark. But hopefully it won't be as cold tonight as it got last night in the later innings.
Frigid last night. I thought up in this booth, because they got the windows here, they had every other one of them open, and it was just like, wow. I felt like I was in a freezer.
It got really uncomfortable.
It did. I think my teeth were chattering a little bit a few of the times I was trying to talk.
Simon Whiteman in the box now. First pitch to him. Look good. It's in there for a called strike.
I don't know how the broadcasters, you guys do it, but I assume you guys listen to other guys and you give your opinions on how they're doing. So I need to get a grade on my color commentary stuff. I know I'm kind of boring when I talk. I think it's probably a lot of what the players feel like when I'm talking to them in the dugout as well. Just very, don't get excited too much. Don't get down at all. Just call it like I see it.
That's what we love about you, Pelf. You're doing a great job. The insights are there.
Yeah, I need that grading system, though. I need to see about getting better. I talk about it all the time. I'm going to do something. I want to be the best at it, and I want to be at least getting better as I continue to do it. This may be the last time I ever do it in my life, but if I get that opportunity again, I want to make sure that I'm better than I am right now.
Count is 1-2 on Simon Whiteman. We'll have more on that after this pitch from Robbie Rowland. It's on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3.
Yeah, Robbie Rowland looks good right now. He's locked in. He's a big game pitcher too, like Lars. I mean, he's thrown in a lot of big games. He's been around a long time. Some affiliated ball, Frontier League. Like he's a good one.
In steps Chad Sedio, the feared 3-hole hitter who did lift a 3-run homer just last night. But no, Pelf, I think you came in a B. Your first opportunity.
Yeah.
The insights were certainly there. You made the audience smarter. You taught them something about baseball. That's the color commentator's job. Big swing and a miss from Chad Sedio. And now you're, I would say, A- range. You are getting better.
There we go. There we go. I know I've interrupted you a few times, I'm sure.
See, and that's what's holding you back from that A+.
Yep.
No, just kidding. Big swing and a miss.
No, I know it is. I gotta get some feel. I gotta get some feel up here when to talk. And no, I like it. I like giving the fans and the people listening and the parent, mostly probably parents listening, but an insight on, what kind of goes through a manager's mind throughout a game. You're thinking Brian White right here should be, wanting obviously good at bats for everybody. But last night we started the game 1-2-3 out of it, went out on defense and gave up 4 runs. So here, at the very least, he wants to at least get a guy on here just to get a little bit of a threat. That's what he's hoping for here.
1-2 pitch to Sedio, very close, but ball 2. The Legends were heading off the field towards that first base dugout, but not so fast. It's 2-2 to Sedio.
Looked like a ball from here. I mean, it was close, no doubt, but it's not going to be a gimme. So 2-2 now. You're going to look for something off speed here, probably for Sedio.
Pitch on the way.
There it was.
Hit hard and foul. Stay alive.
Back foot slider. Try to get it in there. Not going to fool a guy like Sedio with something like that. It's got to be a really good one to get him out, and it was just okay there. Got him to foul it off.
To go back to your color commentating, your baseball IQ on full display. I'm not sure if you've talked to Stephen Gregg recently. There's another pitch on the way from Roland that's down and in. What an at-bat. It's a full count now with Sedio. But I was talking to, of course, the famed Florence fan, super fan, Stephen Gregg.
Oh, yeah.
And he described you as a baseball genius. And I will say that has shown through on the broadcast. You're killing it.
Well, I appreciate that. Genius is a strong word to use. There's a nice walk right there, and that's what you want if you're Brian White. Not necessarily, obviously you want to score, but you want to have a presence early, and there it is. Now you get Trejo up, who had a big hit in game 1, a couple big hits in game 1, but a backbreaker for him really for the Lexington club, and that 2-run double to tie the game 1. So now you got a chance here. Sedio runs just well enough. He's probably not going to be stealing, but if we hit a double in the gap here, he's going to score.
Cesar Trejo in the box. The man at first base, 2 outs. Roland working from the stretch, goes fastball on the first pitch, and it's in there for a called strike 1.
And obviously Trejo has the ability to hit the long ball as well. So now you create a presence in the game. Now there's a little bit of nervousness from the Lexington side. That momentum shifting just a little bit towards Florence right now.
Trejo's got 4 hits in the series, 2 doubles and 2 singles last night. Here's a swing. A little pop-up in front of second. Brandon Phillips is there in front.
It's an error.
And that ball touched the turf first. So that was not a pop-up. It was a high chopper, and everybody is safe.
Yep. Brandon Phillips made an error there. Not something you want to see too often from him, where he's thinking about tagging second base and then tries to force the throw, makes a bad throw to first.
So the inning continues for the Florence All-Stars. Runners at first and second as Tyler Fitzgerald digs in.
Now you're feeling really good. If you're Brian White or a manager here for the Florence club, you feel really good about the situation. Now a base hit scores 1, a double's going to score 2 because Cesar Trejo runs really well.
Roland set at the belt, hikes the leg, fires home, misses down and away.
I guess I'm going to have to get my wife's opinion, Giovanni. She's going to have to tell me what I sound like, because she's very critical of you guys in the booth here, because she listens to a lot of the games and she watches a lot of the games. So, like I told you before, she likes what you do. She thinks you do a good job. So she's probably going to tell me that I'm terrible.
Pitch on the way to Fitzgerald. That is a strike. Evens the count.
Yeah, my son Jackson will have a few things to say to me as well. He'll talk about my tone and things like that, because I always talk to him about tone. He's 5. He's about to be 5, and we talk about tone and body language, and he's gonna bring it up to me.
I love it. getting the feedback.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that Giovanni, with all the harsh criticism, is a fan of mine. I'm relieved.
Yeah, that's a tough one to win over too. She is she is probably more honest than I am when she talks about things.
Now that is saying something.
Yeah, exactly. She is going to tell you the truth whether you like it or not, and most of the time it's pretty harsh.
Count is 2-1 on Fitzgerald. Good chance for Florence to score the game's first runs here. Chasing a high pitch, fouling it straight back. Fitzgerald likes those high ones, and he just missed that one.
He does, and we talk about it, you know, and really it's what the game's going to, or what it's at right now. I think eventually it's going to go back a different direction, but, you know, elevated fastballs are the king right now. If you really don't have to have a lot of velo either. If you can locate it really well up top, you're going to get a lot of outs that way, pop-ups and strikeouts, and so he's trying to change that swing to get into that mode where he can get through those balls.
Pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Fitzgerald down on strikes, and Robbie Rowland will strand 2 men on the base paths in a quiet top half of the first. Here come the Lexington All-Stars. Bottom 1, no score at Whitaker Bank Ballpark on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Hunting in the Great American for the Rohr Insurance Agencies. Over the last many years, Alvin Rohr at Rohr Insurance Agency has handled all my personal and business needs. They are a large and growing national insurance business located right here in Greater Cincinnati. Call the Rohr Agency today at 513-985-4200 or go to rohrins.com. Call Alvin Rohr. Call the Rohr Agency today.
At Gentle Touch Grooming, your pet is treated with care and will look beautiful. Give your dog or cat the spa day they need. Gentle Touch offers spa baths, deluxe spa baths, full haircuts, and nail trimmings. Book an appointment today at 859-283-1373. That's 859-283-1373. Gentle Touch will even offer 10% off just for mentioning this ad. They want to see those waggling tails soon at Gentle Touch Grooming.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hobart, president of Dick's Sporting Goods. I know personally how important sports are to our kids. That's why we've been working hard to make it easier for them to play. I invite you to come into our stores or shop us online. You won't believe all the changes that we've made at Dick's. We have more baseball and softball gear than ever before, an incredible selection of top running shoes, and we've got the hottest clubs in golf like the Callaway Epic Flash and TaylorMade M5 and M6. Stop into Dick's today to see all of the great changes we've made.
We go to the bottom of the first at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington, Kentucky. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. A little day game action in Game 3 of the Battle of Bourbon Trail Championship Series. The winner takes it all here this afternoon.
And here's the man that ignited the offense last night. We talked about it. You know, he wasn't in Florence, and he shows up last night, leading off for him. Ben Revere, fun to watch. Guy works every at bat. He's an exciting player to watch, and you know he ignited that offense last night.
He's facing the lefty Lars Ligori. Big game Lars.
Big game Lars.
On the mound for Florence. The lefty rocks into his windup and will miss up on a first pitch to Ben Revere. It's 1-0.
No stranger to the big game. Lars Ligori.
Into the windup again, and will miss up and in for ball 2. I believe it was a complete game he threw in the 2017 Frontier League Championship Series against Our Freedom.
Yeah, they did that because they got out to a pretty big lead early.
Line shot up the middle into center. Revere is aboard with a well-poked single to start the bottom half of the first.
If I remember correctly, I think we had in the first or second inning, we had bases loaded, 2 outs. They hadn't scored yet. I want to think it was second inning. And Daniel Fraga made an error at second base, and it led to 4 runs, I believe. And once he got that 4-run lead, he just mowed us down. So he set the tone for the series. It was game 1. He set the tone, and they ended up eventually beating us.
Eric Young Jr. in there now, man at first, snap throw, good idea. Revere back with a head first dive. As you can hear, we do have Brian White mic'd up, but it doesn't sound like it's the best quality today. First time experimenting with it in a new ballpark.
Sounds like he's got the mic covered with his mask, maybe. It's a little mumbly, but
It is a little Kenny from South Parkish.
There we go. That'd be a nice ground ball to short right here.
Here's a swing, ground ball to second. This could be a double play. Whiteman flips it over to the bag for one. That's all they'll get. Fitzgerald, nice footwork, jumping over the sliding Ben Revere. They do get the lead runner, one out. EY safe at first.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough turn. Wasn't hit real hard. The grass, the infield grass here, really kills ground balls. Like it makes them come almost to a stop. So it has to be hit pretty hard to turn the double play. That definitely wasn't. Obviously, Eric Young runs really well, and smart play on the affiliated Giants combo up the middle there.
Brings up Ivan DeJesus Jr. Lexington in their home white uniforms today. Florence All-Stars, a smattering of the Freedom road black jerseys with red sleeves and the Y'all's customary Northern Kentucky blue unes.
Yeah, I think, Lars, he does a good job of mixing up his looks. There was a slide step there. He knows Eric Young is going to try to run here at some point. They want to stay away from the double play from an offensive standpoint to get Brandon Phillips up in this first inning.
Lars deals and will miss down.
There's DeJesus doing his thing again, 2-0. He is good at bat after good at bat. It's really, really impressive. And, Lars is trying to get the ground ball, so he knows he's going to be down in the zone. He's working down. Probably seeing something off speed here, 2-0.
Pitch on the way, and it crosses for a called strike one.
Yeah, good slider right there. Good slider, 2-1 count. I think you're probably going to see maybe a changeup away, or that fastball, a little two-seam fastball away right here to get the ground ball.
Down and in with the pitch for ball number 3.
That's where, like, people don't realize as well, that pitch was supposed to be away. Pritchard set up away, and Lars kind of yanked it. And what you want to do from a controlling emptiness standpoint is, as a pitcher or a catcher, you don't want the hitter to know you missed your spot there. You want him to think that's where you were going, so it sets up the next pitch.
It's on the way. DeJesus turns on it, hits a hard foul and out of play. Now
That's
3-2.
Yeah, and that's where the pitch before we missed in. So now DeJesus is thinking, well, they're going to try to attack me in because 2 pitches in a row inside when we were really trying to go away. So it would have been better right there if we would have went fastball away again instead of trying to come in because he's sitting on it in. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. What'll Lars go to in the payoff?
Yeah, now he knows it's going to be something away, something soft right here.
There it was. It was out, and ball 4. Big-time bat flip from DeJesus. Almost threw it right back into the dugout as he takes first base.
He's trying to mimic Chad Sedio a little bit. There's a little bit of animosity. You can feel it. Both teams think they're better than the other team, no doubt. And Chad Sedio, I call it pimping the walk. Like guys pimp home runs, and it's pretty special to see Chad. Chad's done it all year. Difference is DeJesus, that's the first time he's done that. So he's mocking Chad Sedio there. It's one of those things. It tells me that Chad's in his head a little bit.
Dat Dude BP steps in for the first time today. Brandon Phillips at the plate. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Big spot here in the first inning to a tough hitter. Lars goes fastball. It's hit hard towards right center field. Brandon Pugh chasing it, but not going to get there. This splits the gap, bounces off the wall. 1 run will score. They're going to give DeJesus the wave. The relay to the plate will not be in time. It is a 2 RBI double for Brandon Phillips, and the Legends have a 2-0 lead.
Very good piece of hitting right there. Didn't try to do too much and drove the ball in the right center field gap with authority. DeJesus, good jump off the bat at first, scores from first. Close play at the plate, but beat it.
So more early offense for Lexington, who did take the game's first lead 4-0 just last night in the first inning.
That's why it's so important not to walk guys early, especially when you got the 3-4-5 coming up. Walks the 3-hole, you get 4-hole up, hits a double. Now you got 1 out with a runner at second base. Another dangerous bat.
It's Drew Ellis, his first pitch. Down and in. It's 1-0.
And don't forget about Brandon Phillips at second base, because if you do, he's going to steal third base.
Lars staring at him now. Hikes the leg and offers home. Down and in for ball 2.
I would say that Brandon Phillips is out there tipping signs. He's got his hands on his hips the entire time, so he took hands off the hips now, so he's telling him it's a fastball.
Pitch on the way. It was a fastball, and it was in there for a called strike.
The pitch before, he had his hands on his hips, and it was a breaking ball, so this is a time where, it's not up to the coaches here to take care of this part of the problem. And I'm not saying throw at a guy on purpose. I'm saying call timeout, go out there and get it fixed. You should be recognizing that. Hands are down. Looks like it's probably going to be a fastball.
Sure was. Down and away this time. 3-1 now the count to Drew Ellis.
So I would recognize this from the dugout. I would go out and talk to them about it because they're not changing it up. Now the hands are at the hips. See the hands at the hips there?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be something off speed.
Hard line drive up the middle into center field, a base hit. Brandon's going to round third base. He'll score. The relay will go to second. And it is a 3-0 game in the first. Drew Ellis, the RBI single to keep a good thing going for Lexington. Cole Sturgeon next in line. There is a quick meeting at the mound. Simon Whiteman and Jackson Pritchard to talk with Lars and maybe setting up the signs.
Yeah, I think that was exactly what that meeting was about. If you noticed, Phillips started with his hands on his hips and he put them down, so it was a fastball, and he was telling him it was a fastball, and he didn't miss it.
Now it's Cole Sturgeon down and away on the first pitch. It'll be 1-0.
And I didn't notice when Eric Young was at second, but I assume he's given the same things to Brandon Phillips, so it's something we've got to correct. It's part of the game.
Pitch on the way to Sturgeon. Very close to that outside corner, but not this time. 2-0.
We talk about the Houston Astros when they, banging the trash cans and doing those things. That's obviously taking it to another level, but within the game, it's perfectly fine to do.
Snap throw to first.
Guys handle it in different ways. Some teams hit batters for it and, cause problems. And it goes back to the thing I talk about on the game report where we control what we're doing. Who cares what they're doing? If they're picking our signs, we got to change them. It's simple.
Slide step and a pitch home upstairs for ball 3.
Should see some movement in the bullpen. Looks like Jonathan Tripp's getting up throwing right now.
We know Jonathan can carry some innings. He dazzled as the closer once upon a time, but made the easy transition for him to being a starter here in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail.
He could do it all. He could probably pinch hit and hit a homer for you too if you needed it. He's a man of many talents on the baseball field, and he's also a pretty good golfer from what I hear.
Scratch golfer, I believe. 3-1 pitch to Sturgeon, hit hard. This ball has eyes. It's into right field for a base hit. Going first to third will be Drew Ellis. Brandon Pugh will unleash a hose to third base. Sedio scoops it up, but nothing doing there. And runners are on the edges.
Dangerous right there. Lars wasn't backing up third. The throw probably should have went into second base, but a little bit of frustration coming out right now on this Florence club. You got Chad Rose making a mound visit right here to give Tripp a few moments here, but he does get ready quick, so he should be ready for the next hitter if needed.
Well, while Chad's out there, you did mention kind of the chippiness that we've seen in this series between the Lexington teams and the Florence teams, and how much of that do you think is just the way the Battle of the Bourbon Trail is set up? You're playing the same team essentially night in and night out, long season, going against the same guys all year, kind of increases that animosity, as I believe you called it.
No doubt. No doubt playing the same guys over and over and over again, but I will tell you that it probably stems from a little bit of me if they're watching those game reports and they're watching the broadcast, because again, I'm going to tell it like it is, and it's just what it is to me, and it's okay. Like it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother my clubs because they know how I am, and we're going to continue to do what we do regardless of what other people think. What I try to tell our guys is to keep your composure. Let them do whatever they're going to do. If they're going to talk trash, run their mouths, things like, who cares? It doesn't matter. It helps us, if anything,
Mm-hmm. Get them thinking about anything other than the game being played. Nick Aikens in the box, down and in on the first pitch. It's 1-0.
Yeah, I did find out last night that Mike Morris was telling me that Brandon Phillips and De Jesus were coaching Aikens through his at-bats, telling him don't swing, don't swing. So that's why he's been more patient.
Learning from some Really good hitters in those two. Down and in with the 1-0 toss. It's now 2 balls, no strikes to Akins.
So if you can notice that he's kind of backing out as the pitch is coming, so it's an automatic take for him. He's waiting until he throws a strike. He's probably going to take another one right here. Look for Cole Sturgeon to be in motion here at some point. So he might be going right here. Yep.
Pitch home. Akins did back out of the box, and it crosses for a called strike.
And he wonders why the pitch right down the middle was called a strike. It was right down the middle.
It may have looked outside to him since he was standing outside the batter's box.
Yeah, exactly.
When it crossed.
Or maybe he was trying to call time. One of those two things.
Another pitch to Akins.
Good
down
pitch.
and away.
Good pitch right there by Lars. He's to induce that ground ball. He's really trying to get it right here.
Akins, with that new and improved approach, did turn it into a good night last night. Had 3 singles, was 3 for 5, 2 RBIs. Also scored a run.
Very good night for him.
Lars sets at the belt. Runners on the edges. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning, and time will be called this time. Akins steps out.
Yeah, you look for him to be pretty active right here with the swing. He's going to look for something over the middle, and he's going to let it rip.
Lars offers home, backs him off, and it'll miss inside. That is a walk to Nick Akins, and the bases will be loaded.
Cornette with the shin guards on again on deck. Maybe that's a different kind of showing confidence for a guy.
The reverse jinx.
Yeah, maybe so. Now you got bases loaded. You know that Cornette's going to be swinging at first pitch, and this is probably Lars' last hitter.
We do see the early action.
And Lars probably knows that as well, so he's gonna give everything he's got right here to get this out, possibly double play. He's looking for the ground ball.
Pitch on the way to Cornette. He'll take, and it's inside for ball 1. Score is 3-0 Lexington. They're trying to make it a lot more than that. Bases loaded. Still 2 outs to play with. 8 hole in the box. A swing and a fly ball lifted out of play. That'll be foul off that third base side. 1-1. Big spot, early breaking point in the game, 3-0, no big deal.
Yeah, you see LaGoria rubbing the ball up again. He got a new ball, and again, they don't rub the balls up here for some reason.
Here's a swing, pop fly on the infield. It's on the third base side. Infield fly should be in effect. Stedio makes the play anyway, and there are 2 outs.
And that's one where, you know, in a regular season, I like to talk about dropping that ball right there because it's an automatic out. And if the base runners aren't paying attention, you know, you might cause some confusion. The guy comes off the base, you get a double play. Because the ball's not going to go anywhere on this grass. It would have settled in just like it hit the green from a 9-iron, you know?
Absolutely. So Lars will step aside. Jonathan Tripp takes over. 2/3 of the way through the bottom of the first inning. It is 3-0 Lexington. And they're trying to keep it right here. But a trusty right-handed arm and Jonathan Tripp taking over on the bump here.
Yeah, really the thing that hurt Lars was the walk to Jesus. That really hurt, and Brandon Phillips made him pay for it. And then it speeds up a little bit on a guy, and he gives up another hit, and then he walks another guy. You know, so it kind of snowball effect there on him. But a good change of pace right here. You had the crafty lefty. Now you got the coming at you righty, and he's going to be coming at you with some velo, good slider, good changeup, and a strike thrower. So he's going to create some animosity in the box for these Lexington hitters and give the Florence team a chance to get out of this trouble and start chipping away at that lead.
So we often talk about Jonathan Tripp when he makes his appearances, all the accolades, 2-time All-Star, guy that's done it as the closer, he's done it as the starter. We know he played at Texas Tech, we know he played at New Mexico. Where did you discover Jonathan Tripp, and how did you get him into Florence back in 2018?
So a pitcher that we had, Clayton Crum. I don't know if you remember the name. I don't think you were here. He came, I signed him out of the California Winter League, and then came to spring training, did pretty good, but, you know, one of those guys, he was an affiliated guy, pitched at Texas, pitched at Oregon, you know, big name arm, and Very good kid. Was just struggling, kind of at the end of his career. And anyway, that's beside the point. Clayton Crum called me up in the offseason and said, hey, I got a guy that's been working out. He lives in Houston as well, or in the Houston area. And I've got a guy, Jonathan Tripp, here that I really like. And he doesn't, he never calls me on anybody, unless it's a guy. And so I decided to sign him without seeing him, which doesn't happen a whole lot for me. But I took Clayton's word. I like Clayton a lot. He's a good kid, and I trust his word. And obviously when Jonathan showed up, and from day one, he was a guy. He was a dude, as Mike would call him.
Devin Hairston in the box. Jonathan Tripp sets at the ear, offers home. Two-seam action and a called strike.
Cedric behind the plate has seen Jonathan Tripp numerous times, so he knows what he has, knows what he's going to be about. He knows he's going to be throwing strikes.
And Harris a bit of a jam. Bases loaded, but there are 2 outs. He's ahead 0-1, sets again, fires home. Just outside this time. That'll even the count. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That's the big out right here. You don't want to get Ben Revere back up in the first inning.
Hairston 0 for 4 last night with a walk, but had a tremendous first game of this series. 2 hits. Chasing here, coming up empty. He'll fall behind 1-2.
Good slider right there. He's got 2 different versions of that slider. He throws one hard and he throws one soft like that one. A little more of a slurve on that one.
And trying to develop more consistent changeup, I believe, from talking with Chad this year.
His changeup's really good. He doesn't throw it enough, I don't think. It is really good.
1-2s in the dirt, bodied up well by Jackson Pritchard.
This is the only part of Jonathan's game that really needs to get better, is when he gets 2 strikes on a guy, he's going for the punch out more times than not, instead of just forcing the bad contact.
It's in an even count here. Sets, fires home. Line drive towards right center field, hanging up in the wind, and E.P. Reese makes the play. And that is minimizing the damage. Good work, Jonathan Tripp. He leaves them loaded, but the Legends do score 3. It's a 3-0 game as we go to the second and Game 3 of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Can't carry a bowling ball in a plastic bag. Can't rub plastic bags together to make fire. Can't turn them into swim trunks. And you can't put plastic bags in your Rumpke recycling container. Visit Rumpke.com for recycling do's and don'ts. Learn more at Rumpke.com.
Make your recycling count. Rumpke.
Hey, Freedom fans, let's play a game of Did You Know, courtesy of Life Center. Did you know organ and tissue donation is life-saving and life-changing for thousands of people? How about that more than 600 people in Greater Cincinnati are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant? You can change someone's life with a simple yes when you go to renew your driver's license or state ID. Say yes and register to be a donor. Visit lifepassidon.org for more information or to register online. Life, pass it on.
Florence Freedom fans, Walt Kelsey here for Kelsey Chevrolet on Route 50 in Lawrenceburg. Proud sponsor of your Florence Freedom. We're just 15 minutes from Florence. Take 275 west to the Lawrenceburg exit. We can handle all your automotive needs. Sales, service, parts, and body shop. We are family owned and operated, and we offer a fresh approach. We'll treat you like family. Find new roads at kelseychev.com.
We are Kelsey Chevrolet, from our family to yours.
Top 2 of Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington, Kentucky. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you. 3-0 game, Lexington in front. They score 3 runs on 4 hits in their side of inning number 1. And Robbie Rowland looked sharp in the first. Did pitch around a couple of base runners with 2 outs, but been all around the zone today and has stuff that you've seen plenty of times, considering this is a former Southern Illinois minor. What's the scouting report on Robbie Rowland? You're one of the few guys that always seem to have success against this guy.
Yeah, we hit him well, and it's about being patient. He will come over the middle of the plate. He'll get frustrated because he does throw a lot of off-speed stuff, and if you can make yourself take those pitches. More times than not, they're going to be balls. He doesn't want to throw off speed for strikes necessarily. He's trying to get swing and misses, and he gets a lot of confidence out there. He's a little bit of a showman on the mound, so if you let him get into a groove, he's going to be tough to hit.
E.P. Reese to lead things off for Florence. First pitch to him. Big swing and a miss. It'll be 0-1.
It's one of those things, too. We talked about it a little bit last night about the pitches per inning for pitchers or getting them to 90 through 5. And he's a guy that we definitely wanted to do that with because he will walk some guys and he will put himself in some trouble. And he'll give up some hits that aren't on the barrel.
Swinging a foul here from E.P. Reese. His count now 0-2. Do got to give some credit where it's due. It looks like Roland's matching up the cleats with the hat today.
Oh, yeah.
Has a throwback stirrups on. Fresh look. Blue glove to match. 0-2 pitch on the way. Up and out for ball 1 to EP.
I've always loved the look he's had and always loved the personality. He has a podcast. He's got a lot of followers on, and I've never actually listened to it, but he he's got a good following, and he's a showman. There's no doubt about it.
Hold the string, got a swing and a miss. E.P. Reese down on strikes for out number 1.
Yeah, he's an entertainer. He plays the part well. He gets into a good character when he's on the mound, and you just got to disrupt that a little bit.
That's one thing that I remember talking about with you last year on the famed Dennis Pelfrey show, was how you view the game and how each player is an entertainer and having that character almost like it is a TV show, living up to the character you create for yourself.
Yeah, you pick your role. You get to pick your role, and you get to play that role and be the best at that role.
Speaking of role, Brandon Pugh, a former role player who has blossomed into much more. He's in the box now with 1 out, nobody on.
Yeah, he's a little dangerous. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to bunt in this series at all.
Fastball is called a strike. And you're right about that. Such a dangerous weapon in his arsenal, but he has not gone to it.
It's like the Rodney Tenney thing. If he's struggling at all or not feeling good at all in the box, it's easy for him to lay down a bunt because it doesn't have to be a good one. For his speed, with his speed, it doesn't have to be a good one.
We talked about it a little bit last night, but this is a guy that'll leg out infield hits on a one-hopper to short every now and again.
Yeah, I've seen him leg out routine ground balls a second.
0-2's rolled over towards first, but foul.
That's what makes him dangerous with 2 strikes, too, is as long as he doesn't chase anything in the dirt or chase anything above his chin, like, he'll put the ball in play, and if he puts the ball in play softly, he's got a really good chance to get on base.
Trying to stay alive, battling in this 0-2 count. The right-hander Roland, who's working on the first base side of the rubber from the windup. With nobody on. Another 0-2 to Pugh. Popped up, could be trouble. Shallow in left field, racing out and dropping in for a base hit right in front of Drew Ellis. Big round at first base. And Brandon Pugh will trot back with a 1-out single.
There it is. 2 strikes. He's just a defensive hitter, which makes him really dangerous, even though he's dangerous without 2 strikes. Once he gets to 2 strikes, a soft hit ball, and there it is. Soft hit ball on base. He's a threat to run, especially with Cornette behind the plate. We've taken advantage of that all year, and I don't see anything different here.
Jackson Pritchard, next man up.
This is where Pritchard needs to be a little patient to give Pugh some time to get in scoring position for him.
We'll be thinking Brandon will probably take off here shortly.
Yeah, it should be 1 or 2 pitches. Doesn't have a very big lead over there, but doesn't really need it.
Just a few steps off as Roland deals home and misses up and in.
And Roland, being the salty vet that he is, he knows that Brandon can run. He knows what he needs to do here, so he's changing up. He's going to change up his looks. He had a long hold there before he delivered. Now you'll probably see a slide step here, maybe a quick slide step.
A little bit more on the lead at first base now for Brandon. There he goes for second base. It was off speed. Throw to the base, not going to be in time. Pugh steals it easy. And there's a man in scoring position. And a 2-0 count with Pritchard.
Yeah, pretty easy one there. And I would not hesitate one bit to let Pugh come to third here within the next couple pitches.
The breaking ball was called a strike. So I beg your pardon on that. 1-1. The count with Pritchard. Man at second. 1 out. Roland sets. Offers home. Fouled straight back.
Good swing there by Jackson. Just missed. As a right-handed hitter here, you see Brandon Phillips playing right behind second base, trying to keep Brandon Pugh close. That right side of the infield's wide open, so it's something as a right-handed hitter you really need to look for. Just shoot a ground ball to where the second baseman would be, and it's a base hit RBI. Definitely easier said than done, but
well, sure.
But if that thought's in your mind, it'll help you not chase something in the dirt. You might get beat on an inside fastball, but you're not going to swing and miss.
Roland readies, staring at second, now picks up his catcher, offers home. Swinging a line drive into center field. This will chase Revere back for a moment. He gets to the spot, makes the catch coming in, and Pugh will stay right there at second. Now 2 outs. And the fly out to center from Jackson Pritchard.
And here comes Rodney Tinney. Make his presence felt right here.
Now this is a guy that if they don't respect the bunt, will lay it down. As you talked about in the pregame show, such a weapon, the amount of base hits he got on bunts facing teams that didn't employ a Tinney shift. 3 infielders on the right or the left side of the infield, and including the left fielder who would come in. Such an interesting defense you created to take what Rodney did so well away from him, but Lexington has not done that, as we talked about, and we'll see what they set up with here as Tinney steps in, man at second.
He gets right up on the dish. He's going to have a good at bat. He's going to take some pitches. He is right on the line. Makes it tough for a pitcher. He will show bunt here probably. Track it in. No.
First one's outside, but on the edge. It's 0-1.
Probably a ball.
Looked like it.
Yeah, he is. And he's a showman in his own right. He wants all the attention on him. He wants everybody thinking about him and getting frustrated with him, and it takes the pressure off the rest of the team.
Roland sets and fires. That'll miss out. Count is 1-1 on Tinney.
Now the rule in baseball is you're supposed to keep 1 foot in the box, but the umpires are letting him get out of there and letting him take a little bit of his own time. So Rodney's going to take full advantage of that.
Good chance for the Florence All-Stars to get right back into this thing. It's only 3-0, but 1 run would be a great answer. So much
it would be
still left in this game, only in the top of the second.
I mean, you think about it. If the Florence team scores 1 run the rest of the game for every inning, that's 8 runs.
Yeah, that's all it would take.
That's all it would take.
This pitching staff, you feel very good about any night you get 8 runs of support. Pugh, big lead. Now he takes off for third base. The pitch will be a strike, but Pugh's in there at third. No shot. Stole that one on Roland, and now he's just 90 feet away.
Now, I didn't get to see this, but I was told that Rodney Tinney laid down a bunt with 2 strikes in Florence against one of these 2 Lexington teams for a hit.
Yeah, he's done that.
Absolutely love it. Controls the bat well enough to do it. It doesn't have to be a great one. Drew Ellis is still back over there at third. The right side of the infield's way back.
We'll see what he does. Pitch on the way.
And hit him.
And it hit him.
Perfect.
Runners on the edges with 2 outs. And the lineup will roll over to Craig Massey. PJ Phillips will come out. He didn't think that ball hit Tinney, it sounds like. And he's going to ask the umpires to conference and talk about it, but that obviously is a play that's a lot easier to see for the guy behind the plate, and I'm not sure what the argument is with the base umpire here.
Looked like it squared him up pretty easily. Like, no question. That's what Tinney does, gets on the dish. If you try to go inside on him, if you miss, you're going to hit him, and that's exactly what happened.
And we see so many guys wear out the back of the batter's box, almost a foot outside the stripe. Just give yourself another 1/10 of a second. But Tinney's almost on the other extreme, up in the box with that front foot awful close to the stripe.
And that's P.J. Phillips going out arguing that, and rightfully so. I mean, he realizes how dangerous this part of the game is right here. Because now Florence is threatening with the MVP of the league up right now. A double's is going to score 2, and Rodney Tinney's probably going to be running on the first pitch.
Craig 0 for 1, popped out to the catcher in foul ground his first time up. Quick pick to first base. Tinney back. Lexington crowd wanted the call, but I didn't think it was all that close.
No, he tagged him in the almost on his rear and his hands on the base. It was, it's one of those things. The players get emotional, and you start seeing it. And
sounds like Ivan DeJesus and the base umpire are exchanging words, and that's why time was called and Massey would step out.
I believe the conversation was between the umpire and Rodney Tinney.
Okay. Well, that wouldn't be a surprise either. Another pick to first base. Tinney back again. Massey still waiting on that first pitch home.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what Rodney Tinney wants. All the focus on him. It's going to leave Massey a nice, juicy fastball right down the middle. One that he typically does not miss.
See if he can get it. Long pause from the set for Roland. There goes Tinney for second base. Great pitch to go on. It was low and in and no throw. Tinney's up standing at second. Now a single scores 2 if Massey can find it in a 1-0 count.
Single scores 2. Massey will steal second. And Simon will drive in another one to tie the game. Look for Massey to take this pitch. We talked about the 1-0 stuff a little bit.
Roland fires, and it's downstairs for ball 2.
I think Robbie knows, Massey knows that there's a base open. He doesn't have to give in to Massey here. Probably feels more comfortable facing Simon Whiteman. He's going to try to get Massey out, but he's going to do it on his terms.
This will be pitch 43 for Robbie Roland in the start. And it will be in there for a called strike.
Pitch 43 through 2 innings. The Florence team is doing a great job making him work. So I said about that first inning, get two quick outs, and then we get 2 guys on, threaten a little bit, and then same here.
That's super effective. It's not as though they've scored a bunch of runs either. There's no runs on the board right now, but still Roland has labored to find 3 outs. Generous strike call here.
Yeah, it's the feel, and again, I keep saying I'm biased. The angle we don't have is great up here, but the feel last night was that Florence got the bad end of some bad calls, and it feels that way early tonight.
So now it is 2-2 on Massey, who is yet to swing. But it just takes one. Pitch on the way. Nearly hit him down and in, bodied up by Cornett. It rolls now towards the backstop, but no movement. He'll get the ball back to Roland in a 3-2 count with Massey.
There's Massey with another full count. His most dangerous time for him.
Second full count in as many at-bats he's worked.
I think he's seen 13, 14 pitches now. This will be number 15, I think. Exactly what you want in the leadoff. A guy that can hit the homer, hit the double, can bunt for a hit, can steal bases, works counts. He is the perfect leadoff hitter.
Hit 460 this year. 8 homers, 35 RBIs. The pitch fouled back.
He's got the ability to hit anything in the strike zone really well. Which you can't say about a lot of guys. He handles the bat better than I've seen anyone.
Guy you campaigned for even at 31 years old to get that affiliated shot.
And I still will. I'll take it. I'll put my career on him. He's a guy. He's a dude.
Payoff pitch. Hit hard but foul, and it carry him off. David Hilburn over there.
Dave Halverin over there. He's got the shin guard on from one of the guys, but it's on the wrong foot. Got to utilize your tools over there, right?
Yeah, it didn't help him there. He's got it on the outside leg to the action.
He rode with me down to the game, and he's going to be riding back, and he's going to be hearing about that one.
Runners at second and third, 3-0 your score, but just for now. Craig Massey battling in a full count with Robbie Roland. He'll call time and step out.
Creeping up on 50 pitches.
This will be 47.
47. Look for it to either be ball 4, a foul ball, or a base hit.
Roland has the one he wants, sees his catcher set up, out. Hikes and fires. Massey protects. And this long at bat will continue. Massey and Roland.
It's a big moment in the game. This is where I talk about, you know, the ninth inning is what loses you the ball game. It's innings like this. I think last night the biggest at bat of the game for Florence was bases loaded with Will Baker up 2 outs and kind of went out of his approach a little bit and got out instead of having that good approach he's had all year.
Pitch to Massey, sails outside. That'll be a walk. He earned that one. And now the bases are loaded right back for the Freedom and the Y'alls All-Stars here in the top of the second.
Based upon how Lexington's rode the starters the last 2 nights, it tells me that the bullpen is not very full, or they don't trust some guys down there, because what Florence is doing to Robbie Rowland, even if they don't score here, he's going to have 50 pitches through 2 innings and on the verge of being knocked out of the game very quickly.
Maybe Simon Whiteman can chip in where that's concerned. He's in the box now. Roland's first pitch went off speed and it was up.
Yeah, Roland he goes to the off-speed stuff, especially when he's in trouble. And you notice this inning so far, he's already spiked a couple that, you know, one hit Tenney and the other one barely got away from Cornett, almost enough for Pugh to score. It just was a bad angle for him. He'd score on that typically any other time, but the way it was lined up with him, he couldn't see how far it got away from the catcher. And you'll see another one here in this at bat, I'm sure.
It is 1-0 to Simon Whiteman. He struck out facing Roland his first time up. Pitch popped up, but out of play behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike for the 2-hole.
That was pitch 50 there?
That was pitch 50.
Very good.
Right on schedule.
And something that Simon knows here, Robbie obviously knows, is Robbie Rowland wants to get Simon Whiteman here because he does not want to face Chad Sedio with the bases loaded.
Who does? Roland set. Cornett in the splits on the outside half. Inside out swing. This is trouble into center. Racing in. Ben Revere won't get there. Falls down. 1 run will score. Now 2 runs score. And it is a clutch seeing eye single for Simon Whiteman that makes it a 1-run game.
Yeah, Ben Revere playing shallow, had a great read on it. The ball just died in front of him. Not even enough to where he could dive for it. So now Cornett's talking to the dugout. Like, I don't want to throw. I don't want to throw. He's telling him he doesn't want to throw to second. Should be an easy stolen base right here for Simon Whiteman. And then you got to make your choice whether you want to pitch around Sedio or intentionally walk him. But you got Cesar Trejo
looming,
lurking on deck.
Sedio with 51 RBIs in 35 games. Battle of the Bourbon Trail leading 12 home runs. Got his 13th last night, a 3-run shot that just stayed fair to the opposite field down the line and left. Runners on the edges in a 1-run game.
There goes Simon.
Simon for second.
No throw.
Pump fake. Everyone's safe.
That's an easy one. I don't think Lexington, any first and third situation we had against them ever, the entire season, ever threw to second base. So very easy read there. Massey knew that at third. He wasn't going to try to do anything crazy. Sedio's up. Now you got a base open if you're Robbie, but you pick your poison here. You're picking your poison. And he's creeping up on that 55, 56 pitch mark right now.
Pitch home to Sedio. Swung on, flown out of play down the left field line.
Yeah, wind blowing in from right, so it's going to be tough to get a ball out to right field today. You will be able to sneak them out down the left field line, I'm sure. It's going to take a man to do it.
Roland has his pitch, sets at the belt.
Might be a pass ball right here.
Pitch on the way. Sedio shoots it to third base. Drew Ellis fields on the backhand, up with it. Low throw to first, but dug up by Ivan DeJesus. And Lexington will limit The Florence All-Stars to 2, but a brand new game. It's a one-run affair, 3-2, as we go to the bottom of the second at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Chris Collinsworth here. Western and Southern can help you translate your financial needs. Start with a free, no-obligation insurance checkup. It doesn't take long, and it's a great way to find out how to protect your family's future. Talk to a financial translator today.
Call our Northern Kentucky office at 859-426-3300. That's 859-426-3300 for your free, no-obligation review.
Compensated endorser, Western and Southern Financial Group, Cincinnati, Ohio, R5-1307.
BRG is locally owned and operated, so we take pride in our community you choose to call home. With spacious floor plans, neighborhoods that complement your lifestyle, pet-friendly communities, 24-hour emergency maintenance, the amenities are endless. Come home to BRG Apartments. With communities located in Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio, as well as in Northern Kentucky, we have something for everyone. Finding your new home is as easy as BRG.
It's not just a truck. It's a way of life. It's who you are. It's proud, free, wild. It's a brotherhood. The Brotherhood of Tacoma. For over 50 years, Toyota has built the best, most durable, go-anywhere, do-anything trucks money can buy. That's the Toyota Tacoma. The truck that feels like it was built for you. Because it is. Built in the USA. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Find out more at your Toyota dealer or buy at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
3-2 your score, bottom 2 at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. Jonathan Tripp on the bump for his first full inning. He will face the leadoff man, Ben Revere, first in a one-run game.
This is what I talk about a lot here is the shutdown inning. Florence answered the call in their 3-run inning, so they did not have a shutdown inning. This is where Jonathan Tripp and the Florence team need a quick 1-2-3 inning, or at least a non-scoring inning from Lexington to keep that momentum.
Moving in the right direction, found the zone on a first pitch to Revere. Now pitch number 2, skips away to even the count. Revere 1 for 1, a well-poked single to center to start the home side of the first. Very good pitch from Tripp on the inside black. It's now 1-2 on Revere.
That's what you're going to get out of Tripp. A lot of strikes coming at you. And he can give you 3, 4, 5, 6 innings if needed.
Pitch on the way, just out. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ben.
I'm sure you got Jared Cheek in there available for 2 innings if needed. Joe Doherty available for 2. Andrew McDonald's probably available for at least 1.
Upstairs on this one home to Ben Revere.
So if you can get a lead or get the game tied by the 4th inning, you can start going to those guys and really uplift your club with some confidence.
The pitch home, popped up, out of play, behind home plate.
I love Jonathan Tripp's tempo. He sets a nice tempo for the club, works fast, throws strikes, forces action, keeps the defense on their toes. You have a lot of confidence when he's out there on the mound.
Tripp leaning in for the sign, has the 1, sets, fires. Here's a swing, fly ball, shallow into right center field, and this will be a play for the second baseman, Simon Whiteman.
Really battled the sun there. Nice play. Off the bat, it looked like it was going to be a routine fly ball to center. The wind just knocking it down.
Did a good job shielding that sun with the glove. Got to the spot and made the play for out number 1, bringing up Eric Young Jr. with nobody on and 1 dead.
Yeah, neither one of these teams or any of the 4 teams have played a day game here in Lexington, so you don't know what the battle of the sun is going to be like until you get out there and handle it. Every Sunday game for the year was at 5:05, and the rest of the games during the week were at 6:45. So this is a different setup for both teams.
Pitch on the way to EY, popped up and out of play. 1-1 the count on the 2-hole hitter, who reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. Lexington sent all 9 men to the plate in the first in a 3-run frame. EY scoring one of those runs. He touched home on the Brandon Phillips 2 RBI double. Tripp fires home. A strike on the outer black.
There we go. We've had a couple of those calls, and it was borderline, if not a ball, and we've had 2 or 3 of those already against us, so they can get a couple of them and take it.
Pritchard right back onto that outside black as this one hits the mitt but won't get the call. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on EY.
Yeah, Pritchard's caught Tripp many times, so they work really well together. Jackson knows exactly what Jonathan wants to do. You won't see a whole lot of shakes.
Tripp will miss in.
Good pitch right there. Creating some space.
Now a full count. Tripp readies at the ear and fires home. Swing and a fly ball into left field. Racing towards the stripe is Rodney Tinney, and he will run out of room as this one drifts out of play.
Yeah, Wynn just pushed that one out.
Did it ever? Wind is howling.
That was a routine fly ball to left. They got
right
pushed
to left. Yeah.
20 feet into the stands. Pretty good crowd tonight here, or today.
The pitch popped up
It's going to get pushed
behind
out.
home plate, and the wind will carry this one right in front of us. Still a full count with Eric Young Jr. 1 out, nobody on. Pitch, down and in, good at bat, turns into a walk.
It's dangerous walking these guys in front of Brandon. But you get the ground ball here, double play, have Brandon Phillips leading off.
Von DeJesus worked a walk as he seemingly always does his first time up.
Very
0 for 0.
patient. Very patient in the box. Puts together good at bat after good at bat. It's impressive. You know, I keep sounding like a broken record every time he comes up,
but he keeps doing it.
It's I want to go back and watch some of his at bats in the big leagues. I want to see if he's the same guy then, or he's learned some stuff. Because I've said it a lot too. Now that I've coached and been around the other side of the game from the grave, so to speak, as my career ended, I feel like I would be a much better hitter now, understanding sequencing, understanding taking pitches and taking them for the right reasons and those things. So I would like to see if he was the same type of guy when he's in the big leagues.
Tripp offers home, breaking ball, it's in. 2 balls and a strike to DeJesus. Tripp trying to work down, get a ground ball here.
Yeah, he is. Good pitch.
Right on the outside edge for a called strike.
For Eric Young to be in motion on this pitch. Tripp's tough to run on too. He's got an average pickoff move, but he works really fast, quick to the plate. He's got a slide step. He'll give Pritchard a chance to throw him out if he goes, and there he goes.
Takes off for second. Pritchard's hose to the bag, not going to be in time. Stolen base for Eric Young Jr. He's now at second.
Smart play on Eric Young, no doubt right there. Tripp kind of got into a little bit of a rhythm. He would come set, go, come set, go, and he just took advantage of it.
Pritchard wants it out, pitch on the way. Got him swinging. Threw the fastball by him, and that's out number 2 on the strikeout.
Brandon Phillips here and you got another opportunity to pitch around him if you want. Try to get him to chase something of yours, and if you don't, you end up walking him. It's okay. Drew Ellis up next, but we talk about it all the time. I talk about it all the time, and the 2-out walks, they hurt. So I would fully expect Tripp to just go right at him here, especially, you know, the game's a 1-run game right now. Go right at him. He's already got 1 hit, so the odds of him getting another hit here are a lot lower.
First pitch to Brandon. Breaking ball in the dirt. It's 1-0. I can only speak on games played at UC Health Stadium, so I will preface this with that, but Brandon 0 for 1 in his career facing Tripp in Florence with a strikeout. Did work 1 walk.
I can't remember off the top of my head if I had Tripp down here and facing him. I don't think so. I know Tripp came down and threw at least once for me here in Lexington, but I don't think Brandon was here at the time. Good pitch right there.
Very close, but will go down as ball 2.
And again, I think for the calls, a couple calls that went against us and a couple calls that went against them, it's the umpire setup again. I'm a firm believer in he's set up on the inside part of the plate, so he's virtually guessing, flipping the coin on the outside pitch.
That one's just above the belt. It'll be 3-0 to Brandon Phillips, who does have a double and 2 RBIs here in Game 3 this afternoon.
But at least it was with 1 out this time.
Truth.
So we're done a better job of that today so far, and I would not expect Jonathan Tripp to come over the plate here because he's going to have the green light.
Inside strike awarded.
Yep, inside part of the plate, good pitch.
Yeah, that's not just the grease it down the middle 3-0. That was right on the edge.
Yep, it was a good pitch. It doesn't matter if it's ball 4, in all honesty at this point. Brandon Phillips is in an advantage count still, so I just expect the same thing right here, maybe something off speed.
Tripp deals, fouled right back.
Fastball, challenge fastball right there, I love it. So now you got a full count. And again, Jonathan is in the driver's seat here. As much as Brandon Phillips thinks he is, Jonathan's in the driver's seat because he doesn't have to throw him a strike. He can't do any damage. It's something off the plate. But if he swings at it, it's probably going to be an out.
Throwing arm dangling in front as Tripp leans in for the sign. Now sets up at the ear. Pitch home. Runs inside for ball 4. BP works the walk. Runners at first and second for Drew Ellis.
We're going to have to talk here. See if we get that mic turned up here maybe. See what he has to say.
Might just not be in range here at Whitaker Bank Ballpark.
Yeah, it feels like it's a little further away, huh?
A little higher up, a little further away.
Yeah, we're sitting right in that jet stream of wind.
Do hear him as he gets closer to the railing, but we
good. Don't know where he's going.
missed out on the comments to Tripp. Always a bummer. But it is Drew Ellis stepping in. 1 for 1 with a single. Runners take off. Everyone's going to be safe. Throw home was a strike. But now runners at second and third in this 3-2 game. Lexington leads.
And it opens the door for Jonathan again. He doesn't have to be perfect now. He doesn't have to worry about missing over the middle. He can make pitches here, and if he walks him, he walks him. It's okay.
Quickly 0-2. This one crosses on the inner half.
It's not that he wants to walk him on purpose or that I want him to walk him on purpose. I want him to make good pitches here and get him out. And if you can get him to swing at something just off the plate to get out, the chances of him getting out are much better there than going right over the middle of the plate. So then you got to deal with.
Chasing a high fastball and didn't touch it. It's a strikeout, second of the appearance for Jonathan Tripp, and he will strand 2 big runners in scoring position for the Legends in a scoreless bottom of the second. So we go to the third. Florence trailing by 1, 3-2 in Lexington.
All right, and let's throw it down once again.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hobart, president of Dick's Sporting Goods. I know personally how important sports are to our kids. That's why we've been working hard to make it easier for them to play. I invite you to come into our stores or shop us online. You won't believe all the changes that we've made at Dick's. We have more baseball and softball gear than ever before, an incredible selection of top running shoes, and we've got the hottest clubs in golf like the Callaway Epic Flash and TaylorMade M5 and M6. Stop into Dick's today to see all of the great changes we've made.
Substation 2 has been bringing Florence the freshest food at the lowest prices since 1981. You've tried the rest, now come taste the best fresh sliced sub sandwiches anywhere. Substation 2 was voted the best sub sandwich in Northern Kentucky by Northern Kentucky Magazine in 2016. Let Substation cater your next event. Give us a call at 859-371-9490 or come visit us at 7905 Dream Street in Florence. Substation 2, quality at a price you can afford.
Can't carry a bowling ball in a plastic bag. Can't rub plastic bags together to make fire. Can't turn them into swim trunks. And you can't put plastic bags in your Rumpke recycling container. Visit Rumpke.com for recycling do's and don'ts. Learn more at Rumpke.com.
Make your recycling count. Rumpke.
Good one in the works, 3-2 your score. Florence trailing by 1, but early. It is just the top of the third, and Robbie Rowland will come back out for his third inning of work. Staring in at Cesar Trejo first. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you from Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. It's Game 3 of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series. Winner take all here in a day game.
Yeah, great mound visit right there by Brian White to go out and settle Tripp down and get the strikeout.
That was big. Lexington stranding 2 runners in scoring position their last time out. First pitch to Cesar's low and away for ball 1.
And a breaking ball. This is what I talked about earlier. Robbie's going to go to the breaking ball when he feels like he's in trouble. And the first pitch of this inning, he feels like he's in a little bit of trouble. How many pitches is he at?
This will be 55.
Ball
Swing and a smash way back into left center field, and Cesar Trejo will touch them all. Ties the game with an absolute bullet of a solo shot homer.
Hey, baby.
That ball was absolutely destroyed.
As Trejo often does, barreling one, and no doubt. What a series for Cesar Trejo.
Yeah, he's putting together quite a series. This is where Robbie can get in trouble too, because Tyler Fitzgerald is capable of doing the same exact thing.
Ooh, big swing, pops it up behind home plate. Wynn will play tricks on this one, push it into the seats for an early strike on the foul ball.
Just like Trejo, he started him off with a breaking ball there. Hung that one though. Fitz got a good swing off. Just a little up, fouled it off. That's what you look for in a breaking ball or something off speed. Probably sitting on it there, and it was up in the zone, so it's something you really want to get the barrel to. Let's see if Robbie goes to the fastball here, like he did with Trejo.
Pitch on the way. Fouled off.
Was the fastball. Beat him just a little bit. So going back to the 90 pitches through 5 thing, if you stay on pace, it should be 18 an inning. So you're looking to have 54 pitches through 3, and we're already over that with 0 outs in the 3rd inning.
This next one will be 58 for Rowland. He's into his windup and the 0-2 down and away.
Looks like they got Hamilton warming up down in the bullpen. He typically warms up with his fleece on, long sleeves.
The lefty, Alex Hamilton.
Once he gets too close to where he's getting hot, he takes that jacket off, so you'll know.
Rowland's 1-2's down and away again. Fitzgerald has worked it even after falling behind 0-2. Tyler 0 for 1 at the strikeout. But you always feel good when he's up. Something big's about to happen. Not this time. Swung on and missed for strike 3.
Yes.
Out number 1.
Twice he's gotten him there with that slider down and away. Something that obviously Roland's slider is pretty good. That's why he trusts it so much, and that's why he goes to it when he's in trouble. And just a tough pitch to hit. Great location.
Now it's EP Reese. Nobody on and 1 out, but the game freshly tied at 3. Courtesy Cesar Trejo's line drive homer to left center. First pitch swinging, fly ball down the line and left, and this will end up out of play. Count will be 0-1 on Reese.
Yeah, EP again, a lot like Dalton Cornett and typically Aikens. Free swinging, anything they see first, they're going to, if it's over the plate, they're swinging. 2 at-bats in a row, he swung at the first pitch.
Rolling into his windup and the 0-1. Hit hard to short. It's a bounding ball fielded by Hairston. Quick transfer and on to first in time for out number 2. He got that ball out of his mitt in an instant.
Yeah, he kind of sat back on it, which I was a little surprised in seeing. Typically not how he plays the position, but understanding that he was sitting back, EP running out of the box, left-hander, had to make that quick exchange and a good throw, and he did. I'd really love to see Brandon Pugh drop a bunt down here. I'd just love to see it.
Pell's been calling for it last couple of nights. Maybe this is the time for Brandon. Would love to extend the inning here. Put some more pressure on Roland and the Lexington Legends. First pitch to Pugh. Down and in, 1-0. Ellis a little behind the bag at third and more shaded towards short. It's there for him if he wants it. Jesus almost in right field.
Yeah, either
First
way.
base.
Either way he wants to bunt it, he could do it.
Down and in for ball 2.
Very electric player. Premium speed. Good idea what he's doing in the box.
Swing and a chopper to second. BP charges in.
Here.
Misplays the big hop. And Pugh will be safe at first on the E4 by Brandon Phillips.
2 errors today for Brandon Phillips.
It's one of those tough ones where it's that
yeah.
big first hop. You're charging in. You're wanting to get it before it takes that short hop. He couldn't get there in time, so he had to make the play on the short hop and couldn't do it.
Yeah, he had to go. He had to come get it for sure, because if he lets it take that other big hop, Brandon Pugh's got a really good chance of beating it out.
So now Jackson Pritchard gets a chance. All that speed at first base. Look for Pugh to take off for second here shortly.
Yeah, be patient again here, Jackson. He's going to steal in the first couple pitches.
Roland knows it, so he checks on him right away. Quick spin move, but Pugh back.
Jackson Pritchard's due for a big knock.
He really is. Long pause from the set. Now the pitch home. Swung on and missed. Pugh takes off for second. Airmail into center field from behind the plate, and Pugh will stay there. Charging in from center was Ben Revere to get to it quickly. So nothing hurt on the throw to second that sailed from Dalton Cornett.
Yeah, easy stolen base there for Pugh. Now he's in scoring position. Doesn't really need to force anything here. The only reason why I would like him to steal third is just to keep the breaking ball out of the dirt. Roland's going to definitely be wary of that.
Pitch is at the letters.
It just kind of takes that pitch away from him if you have a guy on third and you don't have trust in the catcher to block it.
Yeah, Pugh stole second and third when he reached after his second inning single. Count is 1-1 on Pritchard. Rolling, couple of looks now. Fires home. A little bit low. Next one will be pitch number 70 for the right-hander.
And you're looking to have 72 through 4 to be on pace, and we're about to be there.
Have that after 3.
So definitely Hamilton will probably be coming in next inning, or at least get ready for Tenney.
Pitch is down and away to Jackson Pritchard. Now 3 balls and a strike to the Y'all's catcher.
And Hamilton's came in a couple games against us, and he's gone 3 or 4 innings, so they're going to look to bridge him probably all the way to the back end of that bullpen.
Roland fires home. Pugh takes off for third base. Throw to the bag is not going to be in time. Drew Ellis wasn't covering. Tried to beat Pugh to the base. The tag just not in time as Pugh's in there safely with another stolen base. 4 for him today.
Yeah, that's something I talk with our infielders a lot about, is never be late to the bag. If you're late to the bag, there's virtually 0 chance of getting the guy out, and you risk the chance or the possibility of the ball hitting the runner and getting away and scoring the run right there, or getting an extra base.
Big pitch coming here to Jackson Pritchard. It's on the way. Lifted to right, and this one's going to end up foul.
Full count?
Full count. Pitch 73 coming up for Roland.
Either way here, I mean, if Pritchard gets out or draws a walk or drives in the run, which would be great, but even if he gets out here, you got Rodney Tenney leading off in front of Massey, which is a very ideal situation.
Roland deals. Pritchard pops it up. Shallow in center field. A lot of air underneath this one, and Ben Revere will have time to get there and make the catch for out number 3. But Cesar Trejo knots the score. A solo shot makes it a 3-3 game as we go to the bottom of the 3rd at Whitaker Bank Ballpark.
Have you ever wondered what heaven tastes like? Today at the ballpark, we are giving you the opportunity to do just that. To delight your taste buds, we present Curd Town deep-fried cheese curds. These golden crispy morsels, with their gooey cheesy center, are the tasty treat that have all of the angels singing. After trying our delicious cheese curds, we can't promise you a halo, but we do guarantee a joyful stomach and a cheesy smile.
Today's game is sponsored in part by Clark Dietrich Building Systems, a military-friendly employer. Clark Dietrich offers a comprehensive lineup of steel construction products and services across the United States and abroad. Using cold-formed steel, we manufacture innovative products for interior framing and finishing, exterior framing, floor and roof framing, as well as clips, connectors, metal lath, barrier mesh, and accessories. For more information, visit our website at www.clarkdietrich.com.
Bill Cunningham, the great American for the Roar Insurance Agencies. Over the last many years, Alvin Roar at Roar Insurance Agency has handled all my personal and business needs. They are a large and growing national insurance business located right here in Greater Cincinnati. Call the Roar Agency today at 513-985-4200 or go to roarins.com. Call Alvin Roar. Call the Roar Agency today.
Right-hander Jonathan Tripp back out for more. He'll face Cole Sturgeon first. Tie ball game, 3-3. Here in the bottom of the 3rd inning at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you for the decisive Game 3, the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series.
Now we talk about it too. This is another one of those shutdown innings. We scored a run there, and
big swing and a miss for Sturgeon.
Good start.
Tripp fires the 0-1 and will miss in. Big swing and a miss on this one from Tripp. Sturgeon swinging out of his shoes. Didn't touch it.
There's that slow, slurvy breaking ball. Starting to utilize it a little bit.
Tripp's come in restored order since he entered in the first inning for Lars Ligori as a fastball miss outside.
Good pitch. Need to go right at him right here. So Tripp needs to stay away from those full counts like I talked about. Once he gets 2 strikes, starts picking a little bit.
Pitch home, fouled off, got it in on the hands. Sturgeon is 1 for 1 with a single to right.
Hey, good hitter. Again, he's one of my favorite ones to watch in this lineup.
Pitch is hit well, way back into right field. This one's twisting and will end up foul.
Yeah, I don't foresee any balls going out to right field today. It is howling in from right. Anything that has any kind of cut or slice at all is just going to go out of play.
Sturgeon did hit one out to right yesterday off the Pepsi party deck.
Yeah, well, he's a triple away from the cycle yesterday, right?
It was. Fastball's down on this one. Full count now with Sturgeon. Nick Akins waiting on deck. Dalton Cornett in the hole. Due up trio here in the third. Pitch down and away. It'll be a walk.
And Jonathan's second walk of the day. Got to work around it now. Let's see if Nick Akins has that same approach here. Because he knows Tripp's a strike thrower, especially early in the count. I don't foresee him taking this first one.
And he has been hitting a lot more balls on the ground in this series than in the regular season, as we saw it in Florence, where it was fly ball after fly ball. As hard as he hits it, yeah, good double play candidate.
Watch his feet. If he backs out on the delivery here, he's taken. Yep, taken.
Sure enough.
Right down the middle.
And it's in there for a strike.
I don't understand it. Hey, I get if you're taking the pitch, but take it the right way. You know, that's the way I look at it, the way I teach. Take it like you're going to hit it.
So it will be 0-1. Tripp readies. Slide step, breaking ball, comebacker to Jonathan. He'll have time, goes to second.
Nick Akins not really running.
Out there, out at first, a double play.
Nick Akins jogging out of the box. Gave us the double play. I love it.
The old 1-6-3. 2 big outs for Jonathan Tripp in search of that shutdown inning. Dalton Cornett will try to extend the inning, which might mean an adjustment to his usual approach, swinging at that first pitch.
He's going to be swinging right here.
On the way, he sure did. Didn't touch it, but he swung, and it's 0-1.
I could win a lot of money in Vegas predicting when he's going to swing.
Predictions in general are a strong suit for you. The 0-1 pitch, fouled off. 0-2 quickly on Cornett.
I'm 99.9% sure he'll be swinging at this pitch. It's hard to say 100%. Because really everything's 50-50, right?
Everything's 50-50. 0-2 home. Lined into center field. This one's well poked.
That's
will.
The free swinging guys are dangerous with 2 strikes, because if you throw it over the middle of the plate or throw it anywhere close, they got a chance to put it in play. Kind of like Brandon Pugh, same thing. 2 strikes is dangerous, really dangerous.
So now Devin Hairston digs in. A man at first. 2 outs. First pitch swinging, high fly ball well out of play.
It's the first time in the series that he swung at first pitch, which I really like it out of him right there, because you're facing Jonathan Tripp, who throws a lot of first pitch strikes, first pitch fastballs, and he did not miss it, just hit it foul. He barreled it.
Did get a good piece of it. Pritchard sets up out, pitch on the way. Hits the mitt. Called strike 2. 0-2 to Hairston, who was the one batter Jonathan Tripp faced in the first inning. Got him to line out. Chasing a high fastball, strike 3 on the swing. And Jonathan Tripp will strand the go-ahead run at first base and quickly get that Florence All-Stars right back to the plate in a tie 3-3 game in Lexington. You're listening to the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Chris Collinsworth here. Western and Southern can help you translate your financial needs. Start with a free, no-obligation insurance checkup. It doesn't take long, and it's a great way to find out how to protect your family's future. Talk to a financial translator today.
Call our Northern Kentucky office at 859-426-3300. That's 859-426-3300 for your free, no-obligation review.
Compensated endorser, Western and Southern Financial Group, Cincinnati, Ohio, R5-1307.
At Gentle Touch Grooming, your pet is treated with care and will look beautiful. Give your dog or cat the spa day they need. Gentle Touch offers spa baths, deluxe spa baths, full haircuts, and nail trimmings. Book an appointment today at 859-283-1373. That's 859-283-1373. Gentle Touch will even offer 10% off just for mentioning this ad. They want to see those waggling tails soon at Gentle Touch Grooming. Hey Freedom fans, let's play a game of Did You Know, courtesy of Life Center. Did you know organ and tissue donation is life-saving and life-changing for thousands of people? How about that more than 600 people in greater Cincinnati are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant? You can change someone's life with a simple yes when you go to renew your driver's license or state ID. Say yes and register to be a donor. Visit lifepassidon.org for more information or to register online. Life, pass it on. It is still Robbie Rowland on the bump for the Lexington Legends as we go to the top of the fourth in a 3-3 game. Lexington, Kentucky, Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you. The decisive Game 3 of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series. Been a good one.
Another shutdown inning for the Florence club. Jonathan Tripp doing a good job keeping the Lexington offense at bay. I don't think they've had a two-out. Well, they had a two-out hit out last inning, but no two-out RBIs yet.
Rodney Tinney to lead things off for Florence. The 9-1-2 due up. Means that man Craig Massey will get an opportunity here in the fourth, and if one man can reach, Chad Sedio.
Got Rodney Tinney in the box again. That was a good matchup right here. How many pitches is Rowland at now?
Rowland is closing in on 80. This will be pitch 74 to Tinney here to start the fourth. It's on the way. In there for a strike. Tinney kind of the softball shuffle there up in the box as that pitch is delivered home.
I've never seen anybody do it like he does.
I know.
And he's got some hits doing it.
He has slapped some hits to left field doing that this year.
He handles the bat very well. Look at Drew Ellis way in there now.
Fouled off to fall behind 0-2. Lexington has left 6 men on base today. They have 5 hits. For the Florence All-Stars, they've got 4 hits and have left 5 men on in this 3-3 game.
Yeah, pitching is doing a pretty good job. Florence is doing a phenomenal job of making Robbie work for every strike.
0-2's hit hard up the middle. Diving try for Phillips. He's got it from his knees to first base and not in time. Tinney can fly, and he needed every bit of that speed to take that highlight reel away from Brandon Phillips. Sensational effort at second, but just not in time. It's an infield single. That'll bring Masty to the plate with a man on, and P.J. Phillips might make the change.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do that. Hamilton's got his top off now, going to the lefty. Florence did a great job right there getting the starter out before recording an out in the fourth inning.
Robbie Rowland throws 76 pitches and can only lose should the Yalls plate this man at first base in this inning. Alex Hamilton, the lefty, to take over, and we'll step aside for a short break. Good chance for the Florence All-Stars to take their first lead today. The leadoff man is aboard, nobody out in the fourth. Who did the Florence Freedom turn to when it was time to upgrade their scoreboard? Atlantic Sign Company. Through their branding expertise, innovation, and passion, Atlantic Sign Company will help you identify your business to your customers in a way that will exceed your expectations. From concept to the completion, their team will be with you every step of the way. Your sign represents you, your company, and your brand. So go where the Florence Freedom went for their scoreboard. Atlantic Sign Company.
Florence Freedom fans, Walt Kelsey here for Kelsey Chevrolet on Route 50 in Lawrenceburg. Proud sponsor of your Florence Freedom. We're just 15 minutes from Florence. Take 275 west to the Lawrenceburg exit. We can handle all your automotive needs. Sales, service, parts, and body shop. We are family owned and operated, and we offer a fresh approach. We'll treat you like family. Find new roads at kelseychev.com.
We are Kelsey Chevrolet, from our family to yours.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hobart, president of Dick's Sporting Goods. I know personally how important sports are to our kids. That's why we've been working hard to make it easier for them to play. I invite you to come into our stores or shop us online. You won't believe all the changes that we've made at Dick's. We have more baseball and softball gear than ever before, an incredible selection of top running shoes, and we've got the hottest clubs in golf like the Callaway Epic Flash and TaylorMade M5 and M6. Stop into Dick's today to see all of the great changes we've made.
Lefty Alex Hamilton is warmed up. He will face the top of the order, starting with Craig Massey. Man at first, nobody out here in the top of the fourth inning of a 3-3 game. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you from Whitaker Bank Ballpark.
Yeah, part of this move here is not necessarily bringing in the lefty to face Massey because he hits lefties very well, so does Setio. So not really worried about that, but he's trying to keep Tinney a little bit closer to the base, trying to stay away from the stolen bases here.
Lefty sets right up against the chest, staring at Tinney at first, and will pick over there. Tinney takes off for second. DeJesus lets loose. It's a rundown. Chasing Tinney back to first base. DeJesus has it again. Tinney falls, and the tag will be placed for out number one.
And there it was, exactly what PJ wanted out of that. Neutralized the game, and he got the bonus of getting picked off.
Now the first pitch to Massey on the outside corner for a called strike. Hamilton now into the windup. The base is cleared.
Yeah, and lefty righty doesn't matter with Massey. He's going to have a good at bat, and he's going to be dangerous.
As always, pitch home. Foul tipped in and out of the mitt. The catcher Cornett. 0-2.
Bad boy, a little slow getting out of the dugout there. That Cedric had to go over and pick up the ball.
Probably checking his fantasy lineup.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. It's a good time of the year. You got baseball here. We got Major League Baseball finishing up next week.
NBA basketball, NHL, we got it all right now.
Got it all. It's a good time to be a sports fan, even though you can't really go to the games. I guess the NFL's allowing some fans now. I think Cowboys allowed, 20,000.
20,000.
Yeah, the most today of any team in the league, so it's pretty cool.
Staying alive, Craig Massey fouls this one back. His count is 1-2.
It's nice for people to be able to get outside and go watch sports and
try to get back to a normal life.
Try to be as normal as we can be.
It's gotten to the point where I'm starting to get weirded out by the cardboard cutouts in MLB stadiums. It's just weird.
It's different. It's different. But they've done a good job, I think, playing the crowd noise and at least when you're watching the game on TV, it has the same type of feel.
It does.
They do a good job. Everything else is going the same. They got the walkout music, the music between innings, so they're doing a good job in that respect.
I would agree with that. Still 1-2 to Massey as Hamilton's into his windup, and he'll miss out.
This might be like the 30th pitch that Massey's seen today. It's incredible. 3 at-bats.
He has worked it. Another pitch on the way. Outside again, tremendous take. Bending like Jeter as he watched that one in. And another full count, 3 for 3 in that department today for Massey.
Massey is special. He sees the ball so well. Hand-eye coordination is very good. He's going to give you a pro at bat every single time.
The payoff on the way. Pops it up into center. Ben Revere now into left center field as the wind twists this one into the gap. Makes the catch for out number 1.
Let's see if Simon Whiteman can get something going here with 2 outs. Get the general Chad Sedio back up.
Whiteman does have a 2 RBI single on the ledger today and a stolen base. That was a big knock in the second to make it a 1-run game at 3-2.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And that was a 2-out knock for 2 runs. So now Florence doing that today.
Yep.
Hot shot to short on the first pitch. Hairston scoops it up. Good throw to first. 6-3 for out number 2. Oh, in fact, that's out number 3. Tinney was picked off, so that will do it in the inning. On to the bottom of the 4th of a 3-3 game in Lexington. You're listening to the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series Game 3 on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
At Mount St. Joseph University, we inspire students to think beyond the classroom and redraw the bounds of what's possible for their future. Students are prepared for what it takes to succeed in their careers and in life. Nearly 99% of those who earn a degree from the Mount are employed, going to grad school, or volunteering within 6 months of graduating. This reflects the career certainty that comes from an education at the Mount. Connect with us today by visiting msj.edu.
BRG is locally owned and operated, so we take pride in our community you choose to call home. With spacious floor plans, neighborhoods that complement your lifestyle, pet-friendly communities, 24-hour emergency maintenance, the amenities are endless. Come home to BRG Apartments. With communities located in Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio, as well as in northern Kentucky, we have something for everyone. Finding your new home is as easy as BRG.
Substation 2 has been bringing Florence the freshest food at the lowest prices since 1981. You've tried the rest, now come taste the best fresh sliced sub sandwiches anywhere. Substation 2 was voted the best sub sandwich in Northern Kentucky by Northern Kentucky Magazine in 2016. Let Substation cater your next event. Give us a call at 859-371-9490 or come visit us at 7905 Dream Street in Florence. Substation 2, quality at a price you can afford.
Back to the top of the order for the Lexington Legends. Ben Revere digging in to face Jonathan Tripp. Bottom 4 in a 3-3 game. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you from Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington as Jonathan Tripp fires home the first pitch. That is a called strike 1 to Ben Revere. 0-1 start.
You look for Tripp to get through, probably all the way through Aikens here before we start thinking about getting somebody else up and moving.
Big swing and a miss. 0-2 to Revere.
Seven more hitters. Get you through a couple innings here. Good possibility.
Tripp has the one he wants. Here it comes. Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Revere 1 for 2, a single, and a pop out to second. Tripp deals home. Comebacker. He's got it. Sprinting towards first base. He'll let go an underhand toss to Massey to complete the 1-3 put out for out number 1.
That's the way you want to do it if you're a pitcher. jog it over, underhand flip, virtually eliminates any kind of bad throw.
Eric Young Jr. to the plate. Here are the lines for the starters today. Lars Ligori got the start for Florence, went 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts. And Robbie Rowland was just relieved in the last half inning by Alex Hamilton. His line after this pitch to Young, an early strike. Tripp hits the mitt, gets ahead 0-1, but Rowland finished 3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and he'll take a no decision today. Been Tripp ever since for Florence as he offers home a pitch that'll miss outside. 1-1.
He walked Eric Young last time. We're going to try to get in there and get him to swing the bat this time.
Tripp sets at the ear, hikes the leg, and delivers a fastball that's fouled back. 1-2. For the 10-year Major League vet, Eric Young Jr. hasn't been doing a whole lot of damage in terms of base hits.
No, and I don't really think that's
season.
what he really was either. He was more of a base stealer. You know, a guy that they just want you to put the bat on the ball and beat him out, almost like a Brandon Pugh, Rodney Tenney type situation. Obviously, I think he's got some juice in there, some power, and you know, he shows signs of using that barrel really well.
Here's a swing,
Just
barrels
like
this one. Straightaway center, dead sprint back in center, reaching up and making a nice catch, colliding into the wall, E.P. Reese.
There you go, right there. There's a flash of using the barrel. So he's got an idea of how to swing the bat and how to do it. It's just a matter of getting the right pitches and seeing them. And, you know, I can't tell you when the last time he's, you know, been around baseball or had live at bats, but I tell you what, he's gotten better and better since day one that he's gotten here.
And in saying that wasn't to diminish his contributions. He does seem to always get on base. Had been on base each of his first 2 times today with the walk and reaching on a fielder's choice.
I don't think we've thrown him out stealing bases either. I think he does a good job still.
Still a perfect 2 for 2 today in that category, but that one a fly out to center. Tremendous play by Reese, tracking it all the way to the wall. And now Yvonne DeJesus in there swinging away at a first pitch and fouling it off to fall behind.
And that's Jonathan Tripp getting DeJesus out of the plan and the approach too. It's the first time we've had him 0-1 in the year, I think. I don't know. It's been crazy. So get him to swing the bat early and getting him out of his approach a little bit. Struck him out last time.
Sure did. The 0-1 now, breaking ball popped up, out of play. It'll be quickly 0-2 on DeJesus.
That's where you talk about controlling the emptiness or controlling the space between the mound and the plate. It's definitely in Tripp's favor, and he's gotten DeJesus to do something he hasn't been doing, at least in this series for sure. And you know, he's creating havoc in DeJesus' mind right now.
The pitch home. A chopper to third base. Cedillo comes in, gets the big hop on to first. Plenty of time. And a tremendous inning for Jonathan Tripp, who's starting to get cooking. Faces the minimum. Preserves the 3-3 tie as we go to the 5th in Lexington. You're listening to the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series in the pivotal, decisive Game 3. At Gentle Touch Grooming, your pet is treated with care and will look beautiful. Give your dog or cat the spa day they need. Gentle Touch offers spa baths, deluxe spa baths, full haircuts, and nail trimmings. Book an appointment today at 859-283-1373. That's 859-283-1373. Gentle Touch will even offer 10% off just for mentioning this ad. They want to see those waggling tails soon at Gentle Touch Grooming.
Can't carry a bowling ball in a plastic bag. Can't rub plastic bags together to make fire. Can't turn them into swim trunks. And you can't put plastic bags in your Rumpke recycling container. Visit Rumpke.com for recycling do's and don'ts. Learn more at Rumpke.com.
Make your recycling count. Rumpke.
Chris Collinsworth here. Western and Southern can help you translate your financial needs. Start with a free, no-obligation insurance checkup. It doesn't take long, and it's a great way to find out how to protect your family's future. Talk to a financial translator today.
Call our Northern Kentucky office at 859-426-3300. That's 859-426-3300 for your free, no-obligation review.
Compensated endorser, Western and Southern Financial Group, Cincinnati, Ohio, R5-1307.
Chad Setio will lead things off for the Florence All-Stars. 3-3 game, top 5 in Lexington, Kentucky. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you as the Florence All-Stars try to win the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series in this, the final game of the 2020 season. Setio 0 for 1 at the walk as the first pitch from Alex Hamilton finds the inside corner for a called strike one.
Looks like you got McDonald in the Florence bullpen starting to stretch and move around, so look for him to come in if Tripp gets in any kind of trouble next inning.
Slow hook from Hamilton misses out for ball 1. An even 1-1 count to the always dangerous Setio. Lefty rocks, fires home. Just missing for ball 2. McDonald another good one though. If Tripp does step aside soon, they'll love what they have in him.
You see Cornette there grabbing the pitch in the left or right-hander's batter's box and pulling it over the plate. It's just, I don't understand. I don't understand it.
Not going to get you the call.
No.
3-1, tied him up, fouled off the foot, rolling back towards the mound, but this one got a piece of the batter. He's going to walk it off. Chad not one to wear any protective gear, so
no.
He's feeling every bit of that one.
Oh, yeah. No, I love the plan and the approach for him. 3-1, looking for a fastball middle in. I think he got it there, just got a little bit out in front, clipped it off his foot.
Hamilton on the third base side of the rubber, into his windup, and the pitch. Line down the left field line, and this one will twist foul. Would have been extra bases.
A win pushing that one for sure.
It's never let up. It's been right to left.
Yeah, everything from the left of center field all the way to the left field line is carrying pretty well, but it's pushing towards that line.
It's a full count with Chad Setio. Here comes Hamilton. Down and away, ball 4. Setio will take his base.
Here's the patented Chad Setio bat flip on the walk. Right in front of De Jesus again.
In steps the man who is making the biggest claim to take home Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series MVP. Cesar Trejo, who homered his last time up to tie the game at 3 in the third.
Looks like they're trying to go inside here. Not smart, yeah.
First pitch swing and a foul ball. But yeah, I'm not trying to go into Cesar Trejo much.
Well, not even that really. I mean, just because the wind's blowing in from right, and a right-handed hitter, why not stay away and let him try to hit the ball to right center and see if he can do some damage, because it's going to be tough to do it with the wind blowing in.
The home run for Trejo was a bullet to left center field. Working in again, big swing and a miss on this off-speed pitch. 0-2.
There's Trejo feeling really good in the box right now, so you want to keep the hitters away from feeling like they can hit everything, and that's kind of what it looks like here for Trejo. He swung at the first 2 pitches. The first one was probably a hittable one. That one right there, one he hasn't really even chased here in the last week or so of the season, so he's feeling really good and really confident. So you got to kind of tone that down just a little bit here, especially in a big bat.
Lefty set and is 0-2. Inside, ball 1.
PJ Phillips yelling at the umpire now.
Wanted the call.
But inside part of the plate, Cedric is right on top of that. He lines up on the inside corner, so I don't think he's going to miss those.
Hamilton readies and fires home. Trejo got under this one. Fly ball to center. Ben Revere camped and will make the catch. It's out number 1 on the F8. Brings up Tyler Fitzgerald with Setio at first.
Yeah, got the barrel to it, just got under it just a hair. But hit it hard, hit it well. Yeah, Fitzgerald's had a rough day so far. Got a couple of good sliders from Robbie Rowland to get a couple of punch outs, but it's a very good matchup for him against Hamilton.
0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Swinging away at a first pitch and fouling it off. 0-1.
You get McDonald down there off the mound, throwing some pitches now. Catcher's not down yet, so fully expect Tripp to go back out. If he gets in any kind of trouble, McDonald will take it. If not, he'll have the next inning.
Hamilton deals. Fitzgerald fouls, and it's 0-2.
2 pretty good swings right there by Fitzgerald. 2 pitches up in the zone. That's what he's looking for. Just maybe a baseball or a baseball and a half too high, resulting in the foul balls. But 2 good swings right there. Now you look for Hamilton right here to go throw something in the dirt, try to get him to chase. Use the same formula that Robbie did.
Pitch outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He wanted to put a little extra on it, try to throw it past him.
Yeah, with 1 out here, you're looking for the ground ball.
Pitch, there's the breaker. Checking his swing and appeal, but no go. It's 2-2.
Pretty easy call right there for Manny. Definitely didn't swing. Fitzgerald's worked the count back now to in his favor, where he feels like he's in the driver's seat now.
You don't want to go into that 3-ball count.
No. Hamilton's going to attack him right here.
Here's the pitch. Fouled off the end of the bat.
Must have been that changeup right there, maybe. Didn't look like the slider. Looked like a changeup right there. Good pitch. Good swing on Fitzgerald, just a touch out front. Hamilton hangs that changeup. Fitzgerald, because he's going to make him pay. I'd expect a fastball right here.
Lefty sets, and the pitch. Down and in.
Yank the fastball down and in. Now you got a full count. Fully expect Chad Setio to be in motion here. And it's not like he's trying to steal the base here. He's going to make sure he goes to the plate and just be in motion to try to stay out of that double play. And if he hits the ball in the gap, he's going to score.
Another pitch from Hamilton. And a line drive rake down the line in left field. This is a fair ball and rolling all the way to the wall. Chad Setio will pull up at third base. Tyler Fitzgerald in standing at second. And here we go. Runners at second and third for the Florence All-Stars.
There was the changeup. There was the changeup. Like I said, he leaves it up there. He's going to make him pay. And Tyler Fitzgerald did. Now, if Chad Setio was in motion there, like I would have had him in motion, almost like a hit and run scenario, he scores pretty easily right there. So obviously Brian White saw something different on the field, which is fully understandable, but he's in a good spot right here with EP Reese up.
Can still use a productive out to play to run. The infield will come in to try to take that away, but a fly ball can still do the trick. 1 out, fastball down and away. 1-0 to EP.
Good patience shown right here by EP Reese. So one thing in his game that I really want to hammer and work with him more on is being just a little bit more patient in the box, because he can hit a lot of pitches well. Let's hit the ones he hits the best.
Time called in the box as EP steps out. Legends are playing infield in. Pitch on the way. Rolled over to second. Phillips on the backhand makes the play. He'll only have 1 shot. That's to first. He gets the out there, but Setio will score, and Florence is in front for the first time today, 4-3.
Nice job right there using the middle of the field. And another thing we talk about a lot, especially with the freedom, in the Frontier League, is a lot of clubs will talk about when the infield's in, as a hitter, I want to try to hit a fly ball, or the infield's back, you want to hit a ground ball. My philosophy and my approach to the infield in, infield back is I don't want your swing to change. I don't want the approach to change. I want you to shoot the middle of the field. So if you hit a ground ball up the middle with the infield in, just like that, you're going to score the run. If you happen to hit a fly ball to center, you're going to score the run. So if you stay in the middle of the field, you really can't get hurt. So keep the approach the same regardless of what the defensive guys are doing, whether they're in or back.
Brandon Pugh in the box with the man at third base. Pitch down and away.
And here's another scenario that Brandon Pugh, especially with a lefty, can bring a bunt with him. DeJesus almost in right field. I mean, this is a perfect time as any for Brandon Pugh to drop a bunt down.
This one will cross for a strike.
I talked to Mike Morris about it last night too. That he's tried to tell him to at least show a bunt once a game. Try to bunt once a game. It's going to open up the game so much for him.
Pitch is way outside, nearly wild. 2 balls and a strike to Brandon Pugh.
Big pitch right here for Hamilton.
Florence would love to make it a 2-run lead. Trying to tie him up. Pugh able to lay off. It's 3 balls and 1 strike to a dangerous hitter.
Yeah, very dangerous. Pugh just needs to be really patient here. It's got to be one pitch, one spot that he's looking for. Use the barrel. If it's not there, take it. It's okay if it's strike 2.
Hamilton deals. And that was outside. So more electric speed on the base paths as Brandon Pugh will reach first for the 3rd time today. Brandon's got 4 stolen bases. He has stolen 2nd and 3rd each of the first 2 times.
And this is one too. You want to be aggressive here on the bases if you're Pugh. Obviously, you saw him come in and pick Rodney Tenney off, so you know he's got a decent move. But it's okay to get picked off here, and you got to be real aggressive if you're Tyler Fitzgerald at 3rd. If he does get picked off, as soon as DeJesus goes to throw to second base, try to score.
First pitch to Jackson Pritchard, a strike.
Like a balk there, rolled right through it. Didn't come set. It's something you see too. The umpires don't call a whole lot of.
There goes Brandon. A swing, fly
hit well.
ball, well hit, right center field. This one's chasing Revere back, and it's going to drop on the warning track for a hit. Get all the way to the wall. Pritchard up at 2nd, scoring is Brandon Pugh. A 2 RBI double for Jackson Pritchard, and just like that, a 3-run lead.
Looks like he got a bullpen arm up and throwing for Lexington. It looks like Sam Claycamp throwing, which would be, there's no way that's right. But it looks like him.
All hands on deck. It is game 3.
I mean, be pretty amazing if it was. I don't think he's thrown an inning all season. Definitely not a pitcher.
Probably just in New Jersey. The numbers haven't been reliable all season. There is a meeting on the mound. Looks like Eddie Brooks.
That's Sid Garza.
Sid Garza.
Pitching coach for them.
Out to have a chat with Alex Hamilton. Big knock for Jackson Pritchard. Plates 2 more.
Look at this bio
6'3".
for P.J. Phillips in here.
Man, they went to town on that bio.
They got
lengthy.
You got nothing on him. They put his name up there. They could have wrote something about him in there.
A few nuggets come to mind off the top of the head.
Yeah, oh yeah. He's number 29 down there throwing. Let's see if I got him in here. Try to give the fans a little
insight.
A little preview here on who we got throwing down in the bullpen. Well, Sam Claycamp says he's number 4 in this thing, so it's not him, but it looks just like him.
In steps Rodney Tinney with a man at 2nd. Florence in front 6-3. Look out, up and in on the first pitch. Tinney down in a heap in the box. It'll be a 1-0 start.
It's got Drew Ellis as number 29. That's definitely not him down there throwing. So.
Well, you tried.
Yeah, I tried. First pitch up and in to Rodney, huh?
Up and in, buzz the tower.
Can't make him get in the box after you almost hit him in the head. Come on, Cedric. Got to have some feel there, buddy. This is what Rodney Tinney does. Create some frustration. You got Brandon Phillips out there squatted down. DeJesus with his arms crossed. They're definitely a little frustrated right now, and Rodney Tenney is adding to that frustration.
1-0s. Lifted in the air to left field. This will end up out of play. Seen enough to know now that these balls that start out in straightaway left are well foul when they land.
Yeah, they're getting pushed for sure. Two outs. That was a 2-out. 2 more runs by RBI hit by Pritchard.
Clutch.
Getting a little dose of their own medicine from last night. We've had a couple of those tonight for Florence, so favor is being returned. Love to see Rodney Tenney drop a bunt here. I mean, the right side of the infield is on the outfield grass, lefty on the mound.
Hard shot into left field for a base hit.
Send him.
B. White is going to wave Pritchard home. The relay will be nowhere
backup.
close. Pritchard safe. Tenney will take second as the throw to the plate gets to the backstop. And now it's a 7-3 game.
Another 2-out hit. RBI. And the frustration settling in on the Lexington side. This is where Craig Massey is so good. And now he's got a chance to hit another one and really put the pressure on him. They got to make the move. They got to make the move here.
And P.J. Phillips out, likely to do it. What a performance in the middle innings here by the Florence All-Stars. A 4-run frame.
It's a testament to Brian White and showing the composure in the dugout, having the feel and the body language, the tone of what he's saying in there, letting everybody know that we got this.
We'll step aside. Info on the incoming gun when we come back to Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. Y'alls and Freedom All-Stars in front 7-3 in Game 3.
Toyota is making a difference right here in America, investing $23 billion, helping create over 470,000 jobs, building over 25 million vehicles here, including Toyota Camry, America's best-selling car, one of 11 different Toyotas built in the USA, with Toyota Care 2-year no-cost maintenance included. For all Toyota offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey Freedom fans, let's play a game of Did You Know, courtesy of Life Center. Did you know organ and tissue donation is life-saving and life-changing for thousands of people? How about that more than 600 people in greater Cincinnati are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant? You can change someone's life with a simple yes when you go to renew your driver's license or state ID. Say yes and register to be a donor. Visit lifepassedon.org for more information or to register online. Life, pass it on.
Points, cash, gear, sports. With a Dick's scorecard, you earn points on all your purchases and get 3% back in rewards and access to exclusive deals and events. It's simple. Points lead to cash to buy gear so you can play more sports. Get your Dick's scorecard and start earning reward certificates today. Every season starts at Dick's.
It'll be Caven Brown taking over on the bump for the Lexington Legends. Facing Craig Massey, the leadoff man first. Rodney Tenney standing at second. It is a 4-run fifth so far for the Florence All-Stars. And they lead 7-3 here in Game 3 of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you as Caven Brown fires a first pitch fastball for a called strike to Craig Massey. The count is 0-1.
Yeah, Massey's a guy that I don't think any bullpen arm or anybody wants to come in out of the pen to face right off the bat.
No, because it's going to be a full count, probably 9 or 10 pitches.
Yeah.
This one's in the dirt. There was a stat for it this year, which I guess I could blame myself for there not being one. Might be hard to track, but Craig Massey's probably the guy that has swung at the fewest balls this year of anybody in this thing.
It'd be nice to have him in Florence, and you can track some of that stuff, you know, as far as the Frontier League regular season. You do a really good job of getting me the all the important stats, the stats that most people don't even really look at.
Breaking ball misses down for ball 2. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's pretty nice to see some of those things.
I try to keep you getting whatever it is that you want.
Yeah, well, it's like you sent the thing about Trejo to me. I had no idea. Didn't strike out for like
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Ball's hit really well.
It's into center. Ben Revere going to have room.
Into that wind.
Into the power alley in left center, makes the catch, and that will do it in this inning. Caven Brown faces one batter, gets that pesky third out, and we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It is now Florence in front, 7-3 in Lexington.
American for the Roar Insurance Agencies. Over the last many years, Alvin Roar at Roar Insurance Agency has handled all my personal and business needs. They are a large and growing national insurance business located right here in Greater Cincinnati. Call the Roar Agency today at 513-985-4200 or go to roarins.com. Call Alvin Roar. Call the Roar Agency today.
At Gentle Touch Grooming, your pet is treated with care and will look beautiful. Give your dog or cat the spa day they need. Gentle Touch offers spa baths, deluxe spa baths, full haircuts, and nail trimmings. Book an appointment today at 859-283-1373. That's 859-283-1373. Gentle Touch will even offer 10% off just for mentioning this ad. They want to see those waggling tails soon at Gentle Touch Grooming.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hobart, president of Dick's Sporting Goods. I know personally how important sports are to our kids. That's why we've been working hard to make it easier for them to play. I invite you to come into our stores or shop us online. You won't believe all the changes that we've made at Dick's. We have more baseball and softball gear than ever before, an incredible selection of top running shoes. And we've got the hottest clubs in golf like the Callaway Epic Flash and TaylorMade M5 and M6. Stop into Dick's today to see all of the great changes we've made.
Jonathan Tripp has been superb, and he's back out in the bottom of the 5th to start the inning. He'll face Brandon Phillips first, then Drew Ellis, Cole Sturgeon. 4-5-6 due up for Lexington to face the right-hander Tripp.
Yeah, I feel like Tripp will have at least through Sturgeon, maybe even Akins. This inning, and then if not, McDonald's been throwing for a little bit now, so he's either coming in the back end of this inning or next inning.
Brandon in the box, Tripp sets, and the first pitch. An inside strike, it's 0-1.
You see the first base coaching stance over there with their arms across the chest there. I mean, the mood and the tone and the body language has changed in that Lexington side for sure. You feel that. You feel that in that Florence dugout. You feel it. Just a matter of making pitches and making plays. A pretty good pitch right there for a ball.
Very close. It will be 1-1. Tripp fires again. Called second strike, and Brandon didn't like that one.
Yeah, really should be strike 3. In all honesty, the one before it was a strike.
And this isn't the same situation we saw yesterday where he was just doing the negative emotion to try to get that same pitch again.
He's feeling it. He's upset. You know, Phillips, helped his team out a lot in the first inning with the 2-run double, but he's hurt his team defensively, making a couple errors, and then he's playing infield in, and he kind of went to the ground on a ball that I don't think he should have went to the ground on, and would have had a shot at the guy at the plate. So I think he feels it, feels the defensive side of it getting to him a little bit, and he's got to try to do something offensively here.
Here's the pitch. Fouled off to stay alive. It's still 2-2.
Got a lot of confidence up there. It is fun watching him at the plate when he locks it in. Like, I will say he takes some pitches off, and I'm not a big fan of that, but when he locks it in, he's pretty good.
A double and a walk today. Here's a hot shot to second. Charging in to get the big hop is Whiteman. On to first, 4-3. Phillips retired for out number 1.
And that right there, you know, Brandon Phillips in their lineup, the swings with him. Like, if he does something really good at the plate, it really ignites their dugout, and if he doesn't, they don't. Like, it
kind of go as he goes.
Yeah, it hinges on him. Obviously, he had a huge night last night for him, and the game hinged on him. The game hinged on him in Florence. They didn't win the game. He didn't do anything at all at the plate. It hinges on him for them.
Now it's Drew Ellis with 1 out.
Strike 1. Well, I guess not.
Just up. I guess.
Yeah, looked like it was right down the middle.
Ellis worked 4 walks last night. Today, 1 for 2 with an RBI single.
It pitches right down the middle again. This is unbelievable.
And a 2-0 count.
So there's a little frustration right there in Tripp. I mean, the pitches were right down the middle, both of them.
This one's popped up behind the plate. Jackson sheds the mask, tracking it in the wind, and makes the catch.
This is where I would yell out of the dugout, ball never lies, because those first 2 pitches for Drew Ellis were right down the middle. It was unbelievable. Bell tie right down the middle.
Big fan of that phrase myself, to be honest. The ball never lies. It doesn't.
It doesn't lie. It doesn't lie.
Keeps you honest.
What it did was cause Tripp to throw 2 extra pitches.
Yeah, which I've known you to keep track of and count and yell out to the umpire a time or 2.
The pitches for pitchers are important. The up and downs and the pitches. Not something that, you know, like the Lexington team's really paying close attention to, but that's what I pay attention to, because the guy gets to limits, and you know, guys can push themselves past those limits sometimes, but that's when you start getting hurt. Not necessarily from an injury standpoint, but hurt as a ball club. You start making a guy go a little bit deeper than he usually is used to doing, and that's when you cause problems for your team.
It's Cole Sturgeon up now in a 1-1 count. The pitch, chasing, whiffing. It's 1-2.
How many pitches is that for Jonathan Tripp?
I don't think it's reliable.
No?
It's not reliable. Brought him in the middle of an inning, and I think it's still tallying as if he was Ligori. Here's a swing and a fly ball to center. E.P. Reese underneath makes the catch. Unless that was 103 pitches for Jonathan Tripp.
No.
It's been less than that, and he's been spectacular.
If it was, I would walk down to the dugout right now and grab Brian White. So what are we doing?
Luckily, you won't have to. That's error on the iScore app. We will go to the 6th. Still a 4-run game. Florence in front, 7-3 on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network. Who did the Florence Freedom turn to when it was time to upgrade their scoreboard? Atlantic Sign Company. Through their branding expertise, innovation, and passion, Atlantic Sign Company will help you identify your business to your customers in a way that will exceed your expectations. From concept to the completion, their team will be with you every step of the way. Your sign represents you, your company, and your brand. So go where the Florence Freedom went for their scoreboard. Atlantic Sign Company.
Have you ever wondered what heaven tastes like? Today at the ballpark, we are giving you the opportunity to do just that. To delight your taste buds, we present Curd Town deep-fried cheese curds. These golden crispy morsels, with their gooey cheesy center, are the tasty treat that have all of the angels singing. After trying our delicious cheese curds, we can't promise you a halo, but we do guarantee a joyful stomach and a cheesy smile.
Today's game is sponsored in part by Clark Dietrich Building Systems, a military-friendly employer. Clark Dietrich offers a comprehensive lineup of steel construction products and services across the United States and abroad. Using cold-formed steel, we manufacture innovative products for interior framing and finishing, exterior framing, floor and roof framing, as well as clips, connectors, metal lath, barrier mesh, and accessories. For more information, visit our website at www.clarkdietrich.com.
3-4 to the plate for the Florence All-Stars. That's Whiteman, Cedillo, Trejo facing Caven Brown here in the top of the 6th, and in front of Lexington 7-3. Trying to put the finishing touches on a Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship here this afternoon. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you as Caven Brown rocks into the windup and throws a first pitch fastball to Whiteman that he wants. Hits hard into right field, but it's going to hang up for Cole Sturgeon. L9 for out number 1.
Yeah, if you're Brian White, you're looking at how many outs are left in the game. There's 12 outs left for the Lexington team offensively, so you've got to piece together in that bullpen to get 12 outs.
When does that countdown officially really start for you in terms of counting the outs?
Typically in the 6th inning.
6th?
You know, I start seeing, depending on the score and stuff, but, 6th, 7th inning, really the 5th inning, I start thinking about it. That's how I make some of those moves offensively, too, and some of those sends at third base, sending a guy out to score, kind of trying to figure out when do I want to apply some pressure, when do I want to back off just a little bit, those things. So as far as sending guys from scoring from second or scoring from first on the double, so it all ties in together.
Counts 1-1 to Chad Cedillo, who's in there now. Big swing at the breaking ball. Came up empty. It's 1-2.
I thought Simon Whiteman hit that ball really well, just right into the teeth of the wind.
He did. That was barreled. Brown into the windup. Fouling it off. Cedillo stays alive.
Yeah, Chad, what is his line today so far?
2 walks, 0 for 1.
Yeah.
To ground out to third. A run scored.
Yeah, so he's been a little more patient tonight, which is nice. But he definitely wants to hit, and I think Caven Brown's going to come right at him.
Breaking balls in the dirt. Good take.
Last night, I think, we talked about Chad, I think saw 3 fastballs all night. He'll continue to throw breaking balls to him, and I think it's probably the same tonight. A lot of off-speed stuff, getting behind in the count, and then trying to get fastballs over and just walking them.
Brown deals. Cedillo fouls. Still 2-2.
Fastball, probably a little off the plate, but good piece right there to stay alive.
Righty rocks. Here's a swing and a line drive into left field, hanging up, and a sliding play. Eric Young Jr. takes a base hit away from Cedillo.
Another ball hit really well. Call them loud outs. So even though they're outs, they're loud, and they create some of that momentum for the Florence team. Everybody's hitting the ball hard, so nobody's uncomfortable in the box. Lexington feels that, holding their breath every pitch. So even on outs, things like that turn ball games, turn momentum.
It is 2 L's to start the 6th, L9, L7. Strong contact, and more of that we've seen in this series from Cesar Trejo, who's in there now, ahead in the count, 1-0.
Yeah, you'll see another one right here. He's going to find the barrel. Just a matter if they get him out or not.
2 for 3 today with a homer and a single is this guy. So this one splits the plate for a called strike 1. 2 hits in every game of this Battle of Bourbon Trail Championship Series for Trejo. Breaking ball called strike 2.
Probably was a strike. It wasn't caught very well by the catcher, but probably a strike. Didn't look near as good as the 2 to Drew Ellis last inning, the trip through. They were called balls.
Yeah, the 2-0. Pitch, breaking ball, hit to third base. Nice play on the backhand by Drew Ellis, throwing across the body, dug out of the dirt. Nice play on both ends.
Yeah, that was.
Is a 1-2-3 inning.
It was a nice play.
Bottom 6 is next. Florence up by 4, 7-3 at Whitaker Bank Ballpark on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Can't carry a bowling ball in a plastic bag. Can't rub plastic bags together to make fire. Can't turn them into swim trunks. And you can't put plastic bags in your Rumpke recycling container. Visit Rumpke.com for recycling do's and don'ts. Learn more at Rumpke.com.
Make your recycling count. Rumpke.
Hey, Freedom fans, let's play a game of Did You Know, courtesy of Life Center. Did you know organ and tissue donation is life-saving and life-changing for thousands of people? How about that more than 600 people in greater Cincinnati are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant? You can change someone's life with a simple yes when you go to renew your driver's license or state ID. Say yes and register to be a donor. Visit lifepassidon.org for more information or to register online. Life. Pass it on.
Florence Freedom fans, Walt Kelsey here for Kelsey Chevrolet on Route 50 in Lawrenceburg. Proud sponsor of your Florence Freedom. We're just 15 minutes from Florence. Take 275 west to the Lawrenceburg exit. We can handle all your automotive needs. Sales, service, parts, and body shop. We are family owned and operated, and we offer a fresh approach. We'll treat you like family. Find new roads at kelseychev.com.
We are Kelsey Chevrolet, from our family to yours.
Andrew McDonald will take over. Big shoes to fill. Jonathan Tripp was spectacular today, coming in with 1 out to find in the first inning, and he would go the next 4 in the third, scoreless. 7-3, Florence in front of the Lexington Legends. It'll be Akins, Cornett, Hairston, bottom third due up to face the buzzsaw right-hander Andrew McDonald. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you. And we know, and we talked about it, big fan of this right-hander McDonald with the buzzsaw stuff.
Oh, he's intimidating on the mound, big body, a lot of hair coming at you. And he has a really good two-seamer that really ties up the right-handed hitters. And, he's a competitor on the mound. Very nice guy off the field. Got to talk to him quite a bit this season when he came. He came in a couple weeks into the season. And, this is the first live innings he's had since, last August or so. He had hip surgery and got his hips right. And he looks better than ever.
We'll face Nick Akins first.
Yeah, we'll see if the game is speeding up on Akins here, because he's had really good at-bats, taking the first pitch to virtually every at-bat, working some accounts, see if he swings here. No?
First pitch, backs out as he does, and I don't know where it missed, but it's ball 1.
Another one that looked right down the middle. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. Pritchard set up right down the middle too. Maybe it was a little down, maybe.
Now the 1-0 from the right-hander. Up the middle, but the shift perfect. Whiteman to first in time. It's 4-3. The 3 infielders on the left side there. And Akins hit it right into the teeth of the shift for an easy out.
Yeah, Akins not really running to first base either. Didn't make the play hard on Simon at all.
Another thing that you'll never see in Florence.
Nope.
Guys are always busting it down to first no matter what.
That's the thing, and it's not just for yourself. It shows that you play for your team. When you're playing the game hard. And I'm not saying you got to be 100% every day, because you're not. Nobody's going to be 100% every day. But if you play the game hard and you're running.
First pitch swing, a foul ball from Cornett.
That's strange. But yeah, you show your teammates that, hey, I'm here for you guys. I'm running for you guys. I'm playing for you guys as well. So, you play selfishly for your team. Not playing selfish. Play selfishly for your team. That's one of our big quotes.
I like it. Count is 0-1 on Cornett. McDonald always from the stretch, deals. It's fouled off.
Another swing. This is a stat I would like to see on Cornett. How many pitches he doesn't swing at.
Very few.
But again, he's in that 2-strike count, and he is very dangerous here. He's more dangerous with 2 strikes than he is first pitch, which is crazy.
So is he the kind of guy that you might want to waste one, but make it close, see if he'll swing at it, swing at a ball?
Yeah.
He does swing. Hits this one hard to right center field. This is going to be extra bases. It's off the wall. Cornett pulling up with a stand-up double in an 0-2 count.
That's what I say, going back to what you said. I would almost waste 2 pitches to see if you can get him to swing. Because he's going to swing the bat, especially if it's in the zone. So, yeah, mistake right there on McDonald and Pritchard with a challenge fastball.
Second hit of the day for Cornett. A double and a single. He hands the bat to Devin Hairston, a 9-hole man. The man on, 1 out. Pitch on the way. Looked good, was good. Early strike to Hairston, 0-1.
That's where we talk about control the damage. Had some damage done already. Let's control it right here. Got 1 out. That's the hitter you want right here.
Pitch on the way, chasing and missing, 0-2. Donald gets the sign from Pritchard, who will set up out. Here comes the right-hander. Great pitch on the swing. Strike 3.
Yeah, Devin Harrison went from having great at bat after great at bat up until his last two. His last two, he kind of got out of his approach a little bit, second guessing himself, and McDonald took advantage of it.
Now back to the top and Ben Revere. 2 outs and Cornett standing at second in a 4-run game.
You see there's been 3 balls hit in that right center field gap, one by Pritchard, one by Brandon Phillips, and one by Cornett, and the ball's carrying to right center, but it's because that big scoreboard they have out there is blocking the wind there, so if you keep it under that in right center, it will shoot out there.
Good insight.
Get it up above it, it's going to knock it down to the left or the right of it, it's going to knock it down.
McDonald pounded the zone for an early strike to Revere. He's ahead. He quickly gets his pitch. Here it comes. Just outside for ball 1.
Good pitch right there. This is kind of where you want to stay with Revere too. He's definitely looking to pull the ball, get that bat head out. So if you stay away with that 2-seamer, get him to roll something over to second base, possibly even shortstop.
The 1-1 pitch hit hard towards second. Whiteman in front, scoops it up, bobbles, now recovers and gets it to first in time as Revere wasn't motoring. And that's out number 3.
Yeah, you see him not running down the line. Virtually all but giving up. Not something you want to see if you're the manager in that dugout.
On to the 7th. 7-3 game. Florence in front. They will send Fitzgerald, Reese, and Pugh to the plate next at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington.
Chris Collinsworth here. Western and Southern can help you translate your financial needs. Start with a free, no-obligation insurance checkup. It doesn't take long, and it's a great way to find out how to protect your family's future. Talk to a financial translator today.
Call our Northern Kentucky office at 859-426-3300. That's 859-426-3300 for your free, no-obligation review.
Compensated endorser, Western and Southern Financial Group, Cincinnati, Ohio, R5-1307.
BRG is locally owned and operated, so we take pride in our community you choose to call home. With spacious floor plans, neighborhoods that complement your lifestyle, pet-friendly communities, 24-hour emergency maintenance, the amenities are endless. Come home to BRG Apartments. With communities located in Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio, as well as in Northern Kentucky, we have something for everyone. Finding your new home is as easy as BRG.
It's not just a truck. It's a way of life. It's who you are. It's proud, free, wild. It's a brotherhood. The Brotherhood of Tacoma. For over 50 years, Toyota has built the best, most durable, go-anywhere, do-anything trucks money can buy. That's the Toyota Tacoma. The truck that feels like it was built for you. Because it is. Built in the USA. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Find out more at your Toyota dealer or buy at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Spencer Bivens taking over on the mound for the Lexington All-Stars. They trail your Florence All-Stars by 4, 7-3. As we turn the page to the top of the 7th. Right-hander Bivens will face Fitzgerald, Reese, and Pugh. First inning of work for the right-hander who takes over for Caven Brown. He went just an inning in relief. Bit of a whole staff effort all of a sudden for the Lexington Legends for the first time this series. It's Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you from Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. The winner today takes it all. in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series Game 3.
Yeah, we've seen Bivens in Game 1 came in and relinquished the lead. Well, I guess Skylar Genesi gave up the lead for a tie ball game, but gave the 2 runs up performance to get the win. He was not very sharp that night.
Hoping for a redeemer as he skips the first pitch to Fitzgerald for ball 1.
Yeah, good arm. This kid's good. He's got a chance to be really good. If he gets some good coaching, he'll be a presence on the mound.
The 1-0 is going to get to the backstop again.
Yeah, first two pitches to the backstop. He walked 4 guys that first night. There's your strike 1.
Right on the outer half. 2 balls and a strike to Fitz. Bivens into the windup, and the righty deals. Down and away. 3-1 to Fitzgerald. Pitch on the way. Hit well, but to center. Ben Revere racing back, now pulls up, makes the catch for out number 1.
That ball was blasted straight up in the air.
Yeah.
Loud out.
Strong contact. Wrong part of the park and the wrong elements today into the teeth of the wind. Fly out brings up Brandon Pugh's spot. Or excuse me, E.P. Reese. 1-0.
Skips another one.
Bivens in the windup for the 1-0. Fouled off the first base side to even the count. Pitch on the way, and it sails wide for ball 2.
Again, falling behind again, Bivens. Got to figure out a way to get that first pitch strike to a hitter.
See if he can locate here. Looked pretty good, restarted to go. They'll appeal down, and no go. Ball 3. Reese a productive out his last time up. Might be 0 for 3 today, but he's got an RBI.
Frustration settling in on the Lexington side. They really wanted that call there, but from a left-handed hitter for the umpire at first base is a virtually impossible call.
Fastball's hit well into the gap in right center field. This one's going to get down for a base hit and 1 hop off the wall. Look at Reese fly around the bases. He's up standing at second. He'll have a stand-up double.
I'll say it again, the ball never lies. Definitely wasn't a strike. Didn't swing. It's a double.
There's your proof. Since the ball doesn't lie, couldn't have been a strike.
That's right. The game is brutally truthful. That's one thing about baseball. It is brutally truthful. Now the people playing it and the people calling the game, the umpires, are human. They're going to make mistakes, but the game and the ball does not lie.
Now it is Brandon Pugh. Man at second. 1 out. Bivens sets and will wheel move it to second. Nothing doing.
E.P. Reese quietly having a great day at the plate and in the game defensively.
Pitch on the way to Pugh's outside.
What is his line for the day, E.P.?
E.P. is now 1 for 4, but with an RBI and a double. Had that productive ground out to second in the 5th.
That's right. Should be a stat on that. I talked about that before.
Right. Shouldn't hurt the average.
Should not hurt the average. Hits the ground ball to get the RBI in. Sacrificing himself for the betterment of the team. So 1 for 4. He's 1 for 1 last night in the pinch hit appearance late. 2 for 5 in the series. a couple of RBIs.
2-0 to Pugh is below the knees.
A big-time defensive play in center field today already.
That was a fantastic play going into the wall.
I want the fans to understand, I keep saying tonight because it's dark in this press box. We're shaded, it's dark. There's sunlight on the field, obviously, but it keeps fooling me. Gets in my head a little bit. Speeding it up on me.
This one's a strike on the outer half, makes it 3-1 to Pugh. Don't play that many day games, so tonight's just the term you're used to.
Yeah. I feel like I'm becoming a veteran up here in the box with you.
Oh, you sure are. And it is almost 5 o'clock, so tonight works now officially. Here's a ground ball to short. Squeezed by Hairston. It was a two-hopper on to first in time to retire Pugh.
Nice job by E.P. Reese right there, knowing where the shortstop was, so immediately taking off to third and on the ground ball.
Moves up 90 feet, stands 90 feet closer to home plate now at third base. Jackson Pritchard can come through. Add a little more insurance for the Y'alls and Freedom All-Stars.
Looked like DeJesus and Manny, the field umpire, were having some words there after that play for whatever reason. I'm not real sure. Probably still talking about the E.P. Reese swing.
Most likely. First pitch to Pritchard, big swing. 0-1.
This is where you got to be really good if you're at third base. Brian White talking to E.P. Reese, telling him he's already thrown several balls to the backstop today in this inning, so be ready for another one right here.
Fastball's in the dirt. Bivens readies, and the 1-1 to Pritchard. Waved at and missed for strike 2.
Even more so right here. Here's Bivens and the catcher, Cornett's going to want a breaking ball here, no doubt. If Bivens agrees to throw it, real good chance of a pass ball right here.
Pitch on the way. Got him swinging.
And with the fastball.
High fastball did the trick. And Reese will be stranded at third base in a scoreless frame for Florence, but they do lead 7-3 as we go to the 7th inning stretch in Lexington, Kentucky. You're listening to the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series Game 3 on the Florence Broadcasting Network.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hobart, president of Dick's Sporting Goods. I know personally how important sports are to our kids. That's why we've been working hard to make it easier for them to play. I invite you to come into our stores or shop us online. You won't believe all the changes that we've made at Dick's. We have more baseball and softball gear than ever before, an incredible selection of top running shoes, and we've got the hottest clubs in golf like the Callaway Epic Flash and TaylorMade M5 and M6. Stop into Dick's today to see all of the great changes we've made.
Substation 2 has been bringing Florence the freshest food at the lowest prices since 1981. You've tried the rest, now come taste the best fresh sliced sub sandwiches anywhere. Substation 2 was voted the best sub sandwich in Northern Kentucky by Northern Kentucky Magazine in 2016. Let Substation cater your next event. Give us a call at 859-371-9490 or come visit us at 7905 Dream Street in Florence. Substation 2. Quality at a price you can afford.
Can't carry a bowling ball in a plastic bag. Can't rub plastic bags together to make fire. Can't turn them into swim trunks. And you can't put plastic bags in your Rumpke recycling container. Visit Rumpke.com for recycling do's and don'ts. Learn more at Rumpke.com.
Make your recycling count. Rumpke.
Jared Cheek will take over on the bump for the Florence All-Stars. They lead Lexington 7-3. Bottom 7. The winner-take-all Game 3 of the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Series. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey here to tell you all about it. 2, 3, 4 to the plate for Lexington. That's Young, DeJesus, and Phillips, the 3 former major leaguers to step in to face Cheek here in the 7th.
And this is where the outs you start counting down really come into play, because if you're Lexington, you really want 2 or 3 guys to get on over the next couple innings, so Brandon Phillips gets another shot in the 9th.
Eric Young has walked once and reached on a fielder's choice, stolen a couple of bases, and has scored 1 run. 0 for 2 in total today. Fastball's up for ball 1 from Cheek.
And if you're Brian White, probably what he's thinking right here is we got 9 outs to get. Split those between Cheek and Doherty. So look for Cheek to get 4 to 5 outs and Doherty to get 4 to 5 outs.
Another one misses down to EY. His count's 2-0. Fastball outside edge, 2-1.
Really good pitch right there by Cheek. What Cheek does really well, locates the fastball, all 4 quadrants, locates it very well. Got a little slider he can flip in there when he needs to. Fastball gets on you, spins it really well. So that, 91, 93-ish really kind of looks like it's 94, 95 by the way he spins it.
Pitch on the way. Chopper towards first, but foul for strike 2. Cheek, the 4th arm to toe the rubber today for Florence. Lexington has also used 4. Pitch.
Got him.
Very close. But it's going to be ball 3.
Little quick pitch right there by Cheek. He's also developed a splitter this year that he hasn't thrown a whole lot, but he's very confident in it. Good pitch.
Just misses above the belt on this one, and EY will have first base. And likely has his eyes on second.
Yeah, he's going to look to steal. The difference between the other guys that have been throwing tonight, Jared Cheek is very aware of the runners, does a great job of changing up his time. He holds runners really well, so it's going to be tough for Eric Young to get a good jump off of Cheek. He's very quick to the plate, got a good pickoff move, and he takes a lot of pride in holding those runners. This is exactly what you want if you're Lexington, though. You want to get a couple guys on here, maybe score a run, but if you get a couple, 2, 3 guys on, stay out of a double play, and you get a chance to get Brandon Phillips up 2 more times in the game. And on the flip side, if you're Florence, you want to get a double play ball right here and make this Brandon Phillips' last at bat coming up.
Ivan DeJesus in there now. Ball 1 to him. Yeah, that's a huge thing to look at in the last few innings here, is trying to keep those big boppers, all those former major leaguers, out of the equation in that 9th inning.
Yep. I mean, with Eric Young leading off, Ben Revere is going to get at least 1 more at bat tonight. So you're already preparing for that. But if you can just keep it to him of those 4 big leaguers in that lineup, then you're doing something pretty special.
Count is 1-1 on DeJesus as Cheek settles at the belt. Offers home. Misses up.
And you see Cheek rushing just a little bit to the plate. Left the ball up right there. You get right back in there. Calm down a little bit. He knows Eric's going to try to run. Working just a little bit too fast. Slow it down.
Pitch home.
There it is.
Lifted to right field. Going to stay on the field of play. It's twisting towards foul ground. Simon Whiteman out from second, and he couldn't squeeze it. This ball is going to be called fair. I'm not 100% sure about
I think that was foul by like 2 feet.
Certainly looked foul. But everybody's going to be safe. And DeJesus at first, Young at second. Nobody out.
That ball was at least 2 feet foul. This is something we've seen here in Lexington quite a bit. There was a ball early in the year for the Y'alls that hit the first base bag that was called foul. Logan Wyatt from my team, the Freedom, hit a homer off the right field foul pole that was called foul. And then this one, every bit of 2 feet, maybe even 3 feet foul, called fair.
It's huge. Phillips in there now with 2 guys on.
A tying run on deck.
First pitch swing and a foul ball.
Very tough play for Simon there. I felt like Brandon Pugh could have got there and made an easier play. He probably felt Simon had a good beat on it.
Brandon had a homer last night. Got a 2 RBI double in this one. It's 1 for 2. Pitch, waved at and missed.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the 3-run homer here. This is why you bring Brandon Phillips in, for this moment right here. You could change the game right now. Already has 2 RBIs on the day with an opposite field double.
He's also worked a walk and stolen a base. On base 2 out of 3. Pitch, breaking ball is up. 1-2. Couple of shakes from Cheek, who's got a certain pitch in mind. Now he gets it, sets, and offers home. Popped up, out of play. Still 1-2 on BP.
Yeah, you make a good pitch right here. He's in a defensive spot right now, Brandon Phillips, and the way he's swinging the bat. He's just trying to fight stuff off. You can get him to hit the ground ball here. Turn the double play. Got him to ground out last AB, I believe, to second base.
Truth.
Struck him out.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. Cheek sits him down for out number 1. And now it'll be Drew Ellis to step in with 2 ducks on the pond.
Really good matchup for Jared Cheek right here. I know Drew Ellis is a very good hitter. He's got some power. This matchup plays really well for Cheek's fastball. You saw Jonathan Tripp handle Drew Ellis pretty well. And I think you'll see much of the same right here with Jared Cheek.
It was an RBI single for Ellis in the first, but 0 for 2 since. Both those facing Tripp. Taking off for third base is Eric Young. Pritchard's throw will not be in time. Runners on the edges now.
DeJesus wasn't ready there, so we still have the double play in order. DeJesus probably not looking to steal second base here. Like I said, Cheek holds the runners well at first. Just kind of forgot about Eric Young right there.
Pitch home. Little in. 2-0 to Ellis.
Looking for a ground ball right here. One more guy gets on. That means Brandon Phillips will have one more shot.
Cheek sets at the belt. Fires home and just misses.
It's a pretty good pitch right there. Tying run still in the on-deck circle.
Pritchard sets up out. Pitch.
Good pitch.
A called strike. Ellis started to move towards first, but a lot to get back in the box. It's 3-1.
Yeah, looked like it was right down the middle. Trying to coax the call, maybe.
We've seen that before.
100%. Guys do it all the time.
Now the 3-1. Sky to right center field. This one's well struck, but it's going to hang up in the wind. E.P. Reese and Brandon Pugh converge. It's Pugh who makes the catch. Tagging up and scoring is Eric Young Jr. It's a sacrifice fly, and now the lead cut down to 3. It's 7-4.
That's the one I talk about, too. The right center there got up above the scoreboard, so it just got knocked down in a hurry. If he would have kept it on the line, it would have split the gap, scored 2 runs.
A huge stolen base for Eric Young before that to make that a sacrifice fly.
That's what's important about it. That's where I get into the thing about teams running their mouths about stealing bases up a certain amount of runs. I mean, they're down 4 runs, and they're stealing bases, just like if we were up 4 runs or up 5 runs, steal bases because it creates RBI opportunities for guys. It's exciting for the game, and you have to be able to stop it. If you can't stop it, why would we stop?
Cole Sturgeon in there behind in the count. Now he swings. It's a good
Got
fly
it.
ball to right. He's going to trace Pugh back to the track, but he'll make the catch.
But again, the ball was not in front of the scoreboard. It was on the line, but the wind just knocks it down.
So Jared Cheek will limit the damage. Holds Lexington to 1. They pull within 3, 7-4 as we go to the 8th in Lexington on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Have you ever wondered what heaven tastes like? Today at the ballpark, we are giving you the opportunity to do just that. To delight your taste buds, we present Curd Town deep-fried cheese curds. These golden crispy morsels, with their gooey cheesy center, are the tasty treat that have all of the angels singing. After trying our delicious cheese curds, we can't promise you a halo, but we do guarantee a joyful stomach and a cheesy smile.
Today's game is sponsored in part by Clark Dietrich Building Systems, a military-friendly employer. Clark Dietrich offers a comprehensive lineup of steel construction products and services across the United States and abroad. Using cold-formed steel, we manufacture innovative products for interior framing and finishing, exterior framing, floor and roof framing, as well as clips, connectors, metal lath, barrier mesh, and accessories. For more information, visit our website at www.clarkdietrich.com.
Bill Cunningham, the Great American for the Rohr Insurance Agencies. Over the last many years, Alvin Rohr at Rohr Insurance Agency has handled all my personal and business needs. They are a large and growing national insurance business located right here in Greater Cincinnati. Call the Rohr Agency today at 513-985-4200 or go to rohrins.com. Call Alvin Rohr. Call the Rohr Agency today.
Spencer Bivens will hang in there for Lexington. We go to the 8th, 9-1-2 due up. Tenney, Massey, and Whiteman on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you. 5-year Florence Freedom skipper.
I'd say 6. Count this year.
Count this year. 6 years, so 5 Frontier League seasons and a Battle of the Bourbon Trail under the belt.
Yeah, getting old, Brody, getting old.
You don't look it. You still think you could play.
I probably could. Like I said, I think I could be a better hitter right now than I was when I player.
Because you've learned a lot.
Learned a lot. Able to see the game from the other side. You know, me and Chad Rhodes talk about it all the time. Like, we get to teach these guys the game and how to play it and coach them up. But we're doing it from the grave, so to speak, because our baseball career is over. It's in the ground. You know, it's done.
Mm-hmm.
So we're basically coming back from the grave. And the analogy is really good when we use it in some of the things we talk about, and I don't have enough time in the show to kind of get into it with everybody, but it's really a neat perspective that we get to watch. And then now I've got this to add to my belt coming up here for 3 games now, maybe 4.
4 going back to
yeah.
the final game of the regular season.
Yeah, 4 games. I get to be up here and see the game from a whole new perspective. Like, from up above like this, we get to see how the pieces move and how the pieces work together, and how the shifts and the pitches, and you know what it looks like when Rodney Tenney is in the box right now. You know how he's taking his time. Umpire's trying to get him in the box. It's pretty neat.
Crowd turning on him too.
And that's what he wants.
Line drive to left field for a base hit. This is why he's the superhero of the Yalls. Rodney Tenney, an 8th inning single.
He's a difference maker in the lineup. He really is.
What I love too is just stubbornness isn't the right word, but you could see why maybe some people, when you hear the crowd yelling at you, and there was even times in Florence the crowd would yell at him to get in there, but it doesn't affect him at all. He could care less. He does the exact same thing pitch after pitch. He doesn't care how much it angers you.
I think if the fans, at least for the Florence fans, if they really knew why he does what he does, I think they would understand a lot more. And it's really funny, like watching how other teams get so affected by what he does. He takes all the attention away from the game and puts it all on him, and he can carry it. Like you said, it doesn't bother him. It doesn't faze him one bit.
So now it's Craig Massey with the man at first. Nobody out. Bivens fires home. Called strike.
Now look to see Rodney Tenney in motion right here. Just like Eric Young created a run for Lexington last inning, Rodney Tenney's going to look to do the same.
Bivens sets, fires home, outside, ball 2.
Yeah, Bivens is really locked in right now and trying to throw strikes. So it's a good time for Rodney Tenney to take advantage. You got Robbie Ross warming up in the bullpen, probably getting ready for Chad Setio.
2-1 to Massey. Shot the other way on a line, but it'll end up foul.
Any other day, that's a double down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting pushed out. But I think this is where P.J. Phillips kind of messed up. He should have had Robbie Ross Jr. ready for Massey in this situation, or even start the inning with Tenney. The lefty-lefty matchup, and Robbie Ross is a guy that came in last night, and you saw what he did. He shut down the Florence offense.
Bivens deals home. It skips back towards the backstop. Takes a very friendly home bounce. It came down right in Dalton Cornett's bare hand, but Tenney takes second. Stands there in scoring position now for Massey. And a 3-2 count as always.
He's in scoring position with nobody out. I would look for him to be aggressive and try to steal third base at some point. Or just wait for another pass ball.
We hadn't seen all too many of those in this game or in this series until Bivens came in here in the 7th.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean game other than the couple of Brandon Phillips errors.
Payoff pitch. Shot the other way on the ground. Hairston circles and boots. Ends up in center. Tenney will have third base. Massey threw the bag at first, and runners will be on the edges. Still nobody out.
You'll see Massey in motion very quickly here within the first 2 pitches. And what I love about Simon Whiteman, what he does when Massey takes off, this is why Simon Whiteman is a perfect 2-hole. Because he knows, oh yeah, making a pitching change here. We'll talk about that when we break.
It'll be Robbie Ross Jr. taking over on the bump for Lexington. He needs to find all 3 outs in the 8th and inherits runners at first and third. Here on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network.
Chris Collinsworth here. Western and Southern can help you translate your financial needs. Start with a free, no-obligation insurance checkup. It doesn't take long, and it's a great way to find out how to protect your family's future. Talk to a financial translator today.
Call our Northern Kentucky office at 859-426-3300. That's 859-426-3300 for your free, no-obligation review.
Compensated endorser, Western and Southern Financial Group, Cincinnati, Ohio, R5-1307.
At Gentle Touch Grooming, your pet is treated with care and will look beautiful. Give your dog or cat the spa day they need. Gentle Touch offers spa baths, deluxe spa baths, full haircuts, and nail trimmings. Book an appointment today at 859-283-1373. That's 859-283-1373. Gentle Touch will even offer 10% off just for mentioning this ad. They want to see those waggling tails soon at Gentle Touch Grooming. Hey Freedom fans, let's play a game of Did You Know, courtesy of Life Center. Did you know organ and tissue donation is life-saving and life-changing for thousands of people? How about that more than 600 people in greater Cincinnati are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant? You can change someone's life with a simple yes when you go to renew your driver's license or state ID. Say yes and register to be a donor. Visit lifepassidon.org for more information or to register online. Life, pass it on. Lefty Robbie Ross Jr. taking over on the bump. 8th inning, all 3 outs to find. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you, and you were going to finish your point from the last half inning.
So this is why I love Simon Whiteman in the 2-hole, this first and third situation, because if Massey's going to look to run within the first couple pitches, no doubt. And when he does, Simon's going to show bunt and kind of follow the ball all the way to the mitt, and it's caused a lot of pass balls because he shields the ball from the catcher, puts it like right in his eyes kind of. And then the other weapon he has that he's done once already this season is the safety squeeze. And you're probably, if Massey doesn't go, just because it is a lefty on the mound, he might not go as early. So look for Simon to safety squeeze right here.
Robbie Ross will snap a throw to first base first, checking on Massey.
Which, for those of you who don't know what a safety squeeze is, it's just basically a sacrifice bunt. You want the first baseman to field it. In the worst case scenario, it's second, third. And there's a pick.
Over to first, Massey heading for second. They'll get him there. Now they'll throw to third base, but Tenney back with a dive. Robbie Ross Jr. comes in and picks Massey off first base.
And that's twice that P.J. Phillips gone to a lefty with a runner on first, a base stealer on first, and get the pick off in this game. now the infield's going to come in here for Simon, which, again, the same approach for him is just shoot the middle of the field. Doesn't matter if it's on the ground or in the air.
Infield in. The fastball misses way out.
Threw the ball into the dugout without calling a time. It's a dangerous move.
Florence in front, 7-4, trying to add to it here in the 8th inning. Legends with the infield all the way in across the diamond, trying to cut down that run at the plate.
Look how far off De Jesus is first. I mean, Simon could actually shoot the ball to the right side and get right through.
Pitch. Outside again. They're even working him out.
Exactly. First pitch was a fastball away. That was a breaking ball away. Both off the plate for balls, but Simon wanted to. He just kind of shoot the ball right down the line and probably get a double with an RBI.
Ross sets, fires home. Line shot, squeezed by the pitcher. What a play. Tenney back at third. But Robbie Ross Jr. just took an RBI single away from Simon Whiteman with quick reflexes.
That's a great baseball play all the way around. Good swing by the hitter, good play by the pitcher. It was pretty awesome to see. Got to tip your hat both sides there. And I think Robbie Ross did to Simon. Said it was a great piece of hitting right there. Basically hit it right to his glove.
Still a tall task to get out of this inning. Chad Sedio in there now, the RBI machine, to face Robbie Ross. First pitch, down and in for ball 1.
Yeah, and he's had some success against Robbie. Hit the backside homer off the scoreboard-looking sign in left center field earlier this season. This is a matchup that obviously Chad loves, and Robbie loves it too.
1-0 skip to the backstop. Rodney Tenney will score, and it's 8-4 Florence.
And that's the danger of a runner at third base throwing the breaking ball in the dirt for the catcher that you don't trust. So the shutdown inning goes away for the Lexington Legends.
Now a dangerous 2-0 to Chad Sedio. He swings it to the ton to center field. Ben Revere sprinting back. Will pull up and now make the catch.
Too high up into the wind again, but that ball was absolutely hammered.
Sedio has put some great swings on baseballs today and has got nothing to show for it. We will go to the bottom of the 8th. Florence does add on one more. It's 8-4. You can smell it in Game 3 of the Battle of Bourbon Trail Championship Series on the Florence All-Stars Broadcasting Network. Who did the Florence Freedom turn to when it was time to upgrade their scoreboard? Atlantic Sign Company. Through their branding expertise, innovation, and passion, Atlantic Sign Company will help you identify your business to your customers in a way that will exceed your expectations. From concept to the completion, their team will be with you every step of the way. Your sign represents you, your company, and your brand. So go where the Florence Freedom went for their scoreboard. Atlantic Sign Company.
Florence Freedom fans, Walt Kelsey here for Kelsey Chevrolet on Route 50 in Lawrenceburg, proud sponsor of your Florence Freedom. We're just 15 minutes from Florence. Take 275 west to the Lawrenceburg exit. We can handle all your automotive needs: sales, service, parts, and body shop. We are family owned and operated, and we offer a fresh approach. We'll treat you like family. Find new roads at kelseychev.com.
We are Kelsey Chevrolet, from our family to yours.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hobart, president of Dick's Sporting Goods. I know personally how important sports are to our kids. That's why we've been working hard to make it easier for them to play. I invite you to come into our stores or shop us online. You won't believe all the changes that we've made at Dick's. We have more baseball and softball gear than ever before, an incredible selection of top running shoes, and we've got the hottest clubs in golf like the Callaway Epic Flash and TaylorMade M5 and M6. Stop into Dick's today to see all of the great changes we've made.
Nick Akins to lead things off for the Lexington Legends. 7-8-9 due up. Akins, Cornett, Hairston still facing the right-hander Jared Cheek. As we go to the bottom of the 8th, Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you from Whitaker Bank Ballpark. First pitch, heavy fastball, crosses for a called strike to Akins. 0-1.
Yeah, Aiken's last 2 games has not swung on the first pitch yet, so it's pretty impressive that he's changing the approach and the plan, which is a much better approach and plan for him.
Big wave and a miss at this off-speed pitch. He'll quickly fall behind 0-2. Quiet day for Aikens, a walk, but 0 for 2 since, a double play in the mix. Couple of ground outs today. Just missing the outer edge. Pritchard didn't squeeze it.
Yeah, probably a strike there if Pritchard catches. That's another thing too. The umpires a lot of times won't call a strike if the catcher drops the ball, but in my opinion, a strike's a strike and a ball's a ball.
Now it's 1-2, the pitch. Throw in the hands, line drive into right field, but Brandon Pugh's there. 1 away.
Yeah, Lexington needs to get one more guy on to get Brandon Phillips back up in this ball game. So I think that's the big thing that you want as a Lexington fan or the Lexington manager in that dugout. You want Brandon Phillips to have one more shot, and if he does get up, then there's a chance he can do some damage.
Dalton Cornett in there now. Has been a tough out. 2 for 3.
There's the
Swinging
swing
at the first pitch. 0-1.
And he will swing at this next one as well. See if Jared Cheek can have a little feel out there and throw something way out of the zone on the 0-2 pitch, because it's going to happen right here.
The pitch, breaking balls, hit hard but foul. Pass first.
0-2. You could script it up for Cornett in virtually every at bat, but again, he is the most dangerous when he has 2 strikes. Hit the double last time on an 0-2 pitch by McDonald. This is where we need to throw something in the dirt, get him to swing and miss.
Went out for ball 1.
Yeah, for a guy like this too, a free swinger, you shouldn't go in and out as much as you should up and down. So if you can throw an elevated fastball around the letters or a breaking ball in the dirt, he's going to swing and miss.
Here's a rollover ground ball to second. Whiteman has it, and Tomasi 4-3, 2 quick outs for Jared Cheek here in the 8th.
Okay, it looks like Florence is going to let Jared get the 6th out of his appearance. And Joe Doherty starting to take the jacket off down there, getting stretched, getting moved around. And surprisingly,
first pitch swing from Devin Hairston, high fly ball way back into left field, and this one's in the bleachers. A solo shot that'll make it a 3-run game. 8-5.
Devin making his appearance felt right there. He's had a rough day at the plate so far up until that point.
And that'll guarantee another at bat for Brandon Phillips.
Now if you're Lexington, you want that to happen this inning, because that means there's going to be bases loaded. Or they've already scored another run. So if you can find a way to get Brandon Phillips up this inning, you're in a good spot.
First pitch to Ben Revere, just outside for ball 1.
Good pitch right there.
The 1-0s at the shoe tops for ball 2.
That's where we need to take a little mound visit here via catcher or possibly pitching coach Chad Rhodes, just to slow him down a little bit.
Pitch hit hard towards second. Diving try for Whiteman. He's got it from his knees to first base. Picked out of the dirt. Nice play.
Great play by both of them. Massey with a nice pick right there.
So Revere is the 3rd and final out on a web gem from Whiteman and Massey. And we will go to the top of the 9th. A 3-run game. Florence in front, 8-5.
At Mount St. Joseph University, we inspire students to think beyond the classroom and redraw the bounds of what's possible for their future. Students are prepared for what it takes to succeed in their careers and in life. Nearly 99% of those who earn a degree from the Mount are employed, going to grad school, or volunteering within 6 months of graduating. This reflects the career certainty that comes from an education at the Mount. Connect with us today by visiting msj.edu.
BRG is locally owned and operated. So we take pride in our community you choose to call home. With spacious floor plans, neighborhoods that complement your lifestyle, pet-friendly communities, 24-hour emergency maintenance, the amenities are endless. Come home to BRG Apartments. With communities located in Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio, as well as in northern Kentucky, we have something for everyone. Finding your new home is as easy as BRG.
Substation 2 has been bringing Florence the freshest food at the lowest prices since 1981. You've tried the rest, now come taste the best fresh sliced sub sandwiches anywhere. Substation 2 was voted the best sub sandwich in Northern Kentucky by Northern Kentucky Magazine in 2016. Let Substation cater your next event. Give us a call at 859-371-9490 or come visit us at 7905 Dream Street in Florence. Substation 2, quality at a price you can afford.
For the third time in as many games, the right-hander Michael Koltak on the bump for the Lexington Legends. And he will face Cesar Trejo first. Trejo, Fitzgerald, Reese due up 4-5-6 in an 8-5 game. Florence leads.
Really surprised that Koltek's back out there for the third straight day in a season. Even if this was the regular season, we're in game 38, I think. Never a time for a reliever to go 3 days in a row. Possibly late in the year to clinch a playoff spot, possibly maybe clinch game 7 or game 5 of a series, but I just don't understand this right here. This is dangerous for the kid's career, and I have no words for what's happening right now.
Well, he's missed with all three. It's 3-0 to Trejo, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Perhaps not a surprise for a guy that's been so heavily used.
Yeah, I just I'm blown away right now at the move. I mean, the game, we talked about on the break, the game is not as important as the kid's career. So he's already had an arm issue once this year against the Freedom. A.J. Bumpus hit a homer over the Pepsi party deck off of him, and then the next guy got on, and then he took himself out of the game because his arm was hurting.
First pitch swing, Tyler Fitzgerald hits this ball a ton to left center field, and this one's way out of here, a 2-run blast. And it is 10-5 Florence.
That's the problem. Doesn't have enough zip on the fastball or break on the curveball because your arm's not in shape to do that, especially right now in game 38 of the season. So we'll see the Devin Hairston solo homer with a 2-run shot by Tyler Fitzgerald.
Poetry in motion, and absolutely no doubt about it.
And Fitzgerald's used the barrel all night, all day. He's barreled baseballs, kind of popped them up, it gets hung up in the wind, and then had a couple strikeouts early on some good breaking balls by Robbie Rowland, but that fastball right there did not get by him.
E.P. Reese in the box and behind 0-1. Early strike from Koltak. This one swung on and missed for strike 2.
E.P. Reese taking a little more time here. You control the at-bat right here. It's a good matchup for E.P. as well.
Koltak readies and fires home. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Good response after the homer for Michael Koltak. He'll face Brandon Pugh next.
Another good matchup for the Florence club here. Koltak doesn't really have a fastball to beat Pugh or really anybody in the lineup, and the breaking ball is really good at times, but obviously 3 days in a row for a guy, it's not going to be as sharp, so he did a good job against EP right there, but he's got another tough task here to get Brandon Pugh.
Just one out. Pugh, the 7-hole hitter. Already a 2-run ninth. Fastball down and in for ball 1 to Brandon. It's 1-0.
Again, the umpire having to pick up the ball. Not sure what's going on with the bat boy, ball boy. It's something that, it's attention to detail. I mean, we talk about it all the time in the dugout. You don't want the umpire picking up the baseball. So We need to be on top of it. If we have a new ball boy, new bat boy, and something we talk about before the game, like this can't happen. It cannot happen. The umpire cannot pick up the baseball. So, and there'll be times where the umpire will shoo them away saying, I got it. But if you're on top of your game, it shouldn't happen.
That one sailed wide of the mark. And this one in there for a called strike. 2-1 to Brandon Pugh. Score 10-5, top 9. And the winner take all game 3. Another fastball out. And another 3-ball count for Michael Koltak.
Yep, Koltak is rushing through his delivery, trying to force strikes. Looking for his second walk of the inning.
In on the hands and fouled off out of play.
Walk Trejo on 4 straight. First pitch homer to Tyler Fitzgerald. Strikes out E.P. Reese, and full count now here to Pugh. So he's thrown a lot of pitches already. Oh, fans getting restless here in Lexington, losing the ball game, so they're trying to find other things to talk about to get on the freedom.
Hot shot, just foul, past first.
Giving Brandon Pugh a little hard time for his pants. They're a little shorter than what you're used to seeing. They're above the knee.
Almost shorts.
Almost shorts.
It almost passes the jean short look for him with these Northern Kentucky Blues.
But he says it frees up his knees a little bit, and he is a premium runner, so you want his legs to feel really good, and that ball is hit really well.
Line drive down the line and right, and it'll be foul.
Again, like I said, a good matchup for Pugh here. Everything that Koltek's going to throw is going to go to the barrel. Oh, it's just a matter of Brandon Pugh not swinging at a ball. This will be the one instance where I didn't want to see Brandon Pugh lay down a bunt because the matchup plays really well for Brandon.
Koltak always from the stretch on the first base side of the rubber. Glove on his hip as he gets the sign. Now he sets right up against the stomach. Fires home. Got him swinging.
Good pitch.
Strike 3 to Brandon Pugh. To the 2 outs in the inning, 2 strikeouts for Michael Koltak. The problem, the walk and the 2-run homer. But now he gets Jackson Pritchard. Looking for that final out here in the 9th before Lexington will come to the plate, sending 2, 3, 4. Young to Jesus Phillips, likely to face the closer, Joe Doherty.
Another good matchup for a Florence hitter right here.
First pitch swing from Pritchard. He was a little late. 0-1.
Look for something out over the middle plate here, Jackson. And that was probably the one.
Breaking ball, called strike 2. Pritchard does have a 2 RBI double today. That came back in that 4-run 5th.
Big 2 out, 2 RBI double, right?
True. Called strike 3 on the outside edge. No argument from Jackson. So Koltak will strike out the side, but he gives up 2. And the lead back to 5 for Florence. 3 outs away from a Battle of the Bourbon Trail championship next at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. At Gentle Touch Grooming, your pet is treated with care and will look beautiful. Give your dog or cat the spa day they need. Gentle Touch offers spa baths, deluxe spa baths, full haircuts, and nail trimmings. Book an appointment today at 859-283-1373. That's 859-283-1373. Gentle Touch will even offer 10% off just for mentioning this ad. They want to see those waggling tails soon at Gentle Touch Grooming.
Can't carry a bowling ball in a plastic bag. Can't rub plastic bags together to make fire. Can't turn them into swim trunks. And you can't put plastic bags in your Rumpke recycling container. Visit Rumpke.com for recycling do's and don'ts. Learn more at Rumpke.com.
Make your recycling count. Rumpke.
Chris Collinsworth here. Western and Southern can help you translate your financial needs. Start with a free, no-obligation insurance checkup. It doesn't take long, and it's a great way to find out how to protect your family's future. Talk to a financial translator today.
Call our Northern Kentucky office at 859-426-3300. That's 859-426-3300 for your free, no-obligation review.
Compensated endorser, Western and Southern Financial Group, Cincinnati, Ohio, R5 1307.
The closer, Joe Doherty, is on. 3 outs to give the Florence All-Stars the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship here in the decisive Game 3 at Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you as Doherty gets set to face the 2-3-4 hitters Young, DeJesus, Phillips, and with 5 runs of support in a 10-5 game.
Yeah, exciting to see Joe out there. He has done a fantastic job all year long. Don't expect anything different here. This young man is proven to the world, or at least whoever's watching, that he's a dude.
He is a dude. I believe Brian White's already locked him up for 2021. First pitch to Eric Young Jr. outside for ball 1.
As he should. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I think Joe and his wife actually moved to Florence, or moved in the area for this season that was supposed to happen, so they were already here.
The 1-0 on the way to EY, and that's in there for a called strike to even things up at 1s.
But yeah, I mean, I think that this offseason, depending on how everything shakes out in affiliated baseball with the contraction and the things that are being talked about, he could have a really good chance to get an opportunity for next spring training for an affiliated club. I know I'm going to try to get the Giants to jump on him because I think he's that good.
You probably got a whole notebook full of guys from this thing that you're going to be taking to the Giants when you get into San Jose.
Yeah, they get to watch, and they may be watching this thing right now, and you know, they've been watching guys sending in reports on guys, and you know, the pluses and minuses, but there's a lot of pluses for Joe Doherty.
Fastball is outside to even the count again after a foul ball from Eric Young Jr. So the count 2 balls, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 9th.
Brian White looking for 3 outs. Any way you can get them right here.
Doherty stepped off after starting to come set. Now he has his pitch. He offers home. Breaking ball hit well to center field. This will chase E.P. Reese back, but not deep enough. He makes the catch. 1 up, 1 down in the 9th.
2 outs away. And you can feel it in the crowd. You feel it in the Lexington dugout. It is quiet. It is quiet, other than the announcer between hitters and the music played. You could hear a pin drop.
Ivan DeJesus Jr. in there. We talked about it. If it wasn't last night, it was in Game 1. The good hitter's always hitting in the 9th, though, so the task's still tall.
Yep.
DeJesus and Phillips and Ellis and the murderer's row. Looking for 2 more outs. The fastball will cross for an early strike. It's 0-1. Doherty has the 1. Pritchard sets up in. The pitch on the way. Just below the knees.
Pretty good pitch right there. Pretty good pitch right there. I think you fooled everybody. A little tough to see as a hitter right now, too. You got the shadow of the awning right between the mound and the plate, so definitely tough to hit.
Doherty sets, fires, and will miss outside for ball 2.
And just to give Cedric the benefit of the doubt behind the plate there, it's probably tough to see the pitch as well to make a good call. So you got to be 100% if you're going to call it a strike, and I do agree with that.
Doherty readies, and the pitch. Swung on, hit well, way back and left. This will be a bomb. A solo shot for Ivan DeJesus Jr. That'll make the score 10-6.
That's okay. I mean, one, it's a product of not getting the strike call to get the second strike to put DeJesus in a little bit of a defensive situation as a hitter. But again, the solo home run's not going to hurt you. It's now 10-6. Just focus on the next out.
Suddenly a home run derby breaking out. We've seen 3 long balls since the Freedom side of the 8th.
Yeah, guys are they're feeling their last at-bats of the season. They're trying to get off good swings, and rightfully so. And this is going to be another one right here. You're going to see Brandon Phillips get off some good swings here. Joe Doherty's just going to make some good pitches.
It is Brandon Phillips getting that extra at-bat Pelf talked about a couple innings ago. Nobody on, 1 out. 4-run game as a fastball misses upstairs.
I'll tell you what, what makes baseball so great also, it doesn't matter who's on the mound, who's in the box. The 9th inning, the last 3 outs of the game, toughest to get in any sport to finish a game.
This one's fouled off to even the count 1-1. So you'll go on record with that. Toughest thing to do in all of sports is the final 3 outs in a baseball game.
I think so. I mean, that's what made Mariano Rivera so good, is he was virtually locked down every single time. Because you don't see closers last, because it's such a hard thing to do, such a hard thing to be consistent at. Especially the way today's hitters are. They're so good. They're able to handle velocity, so you got to be able to pitch.
That's why the closers do make the big bucks, the good ones. Count is 2-1 to Phillips. Pitch on the way, swung on, little flare, falling into left center field for a base hit single. Phillips will reach.
Yeah, broke his bat there. Second hit of the ball game for him right there, I think, right?
Single and a double. Hands the bat to Drew Ellis here.
Good visit right here from Jackson Pritchard. Just going out there to settle Joe down, just lock him back in. Made a good pitch right there on Brandon Phillips, but 16-year MLB vet is going to get a hit on that a lot of times.
Just muscled it over short.
Yeah, we talk about that. We talk about the broken bat singles over the infield. You know, a lot of people think those are great pitches and did a great job, but really the ball's elevated enough for the guy to muscle it over the infield, so good pitch right there.
Early strike to Ellis, it's 0-1.
And it's like, if you make that same pitch down in the zone and break his bat, it's a ground ball out. So that's the difference, and he's going to take advantage of that. Phillips is obviously looking for something up, trying to get the barrel to it, muscle it over for a single over short.
Buried in the dirt, good play by Jackson Pritchard to keep it right in front and keep Phillips at first.
This is what I love about the Florence defense too. They're not playing behind the runner here, keeping the double play in order. As Drew Ellis can hit the ground ball for us, turn the double play to end the game.
Doherty sets at the chest, fires home. Good pitch. Won't get the call, it's 2-1.
That's 2 this inning. I feel like we're definite strikes and didn't get the call. Gives the advantage back to the hitter there. Control that damage, control the adversity. Let outcomes be outcomes.
Pitch down and away. Now 3-1 to Ellis. Doherty got the first man he faced in the inning. Since then, a homer, a single, and now he falls behind Ellis 3-1.
He's a dangerous hitter to fall behind on too. But again, I'll go back to the home run by DeJesus, not getting that strike call on a pitch that looked like it was there.
Swing and a fly ball to center field, chasing E.P. Reese back at the track. He'll reach up, go into the wall, and make the catch again. Another terrific play by the captain of the outfield and center, E.P. Reese. Twice today. He's caught a screaming liner and went right into the wall while doing it.
Yeah, he's very fundamentally sound out there. I've said it from day one. The kid can play in the outfield. He looks like an affiliated outfielder because of the way he moves, and he does the drills that we do with ease and perfection. You know, it's one of his first games here for us. He was playing left field in Lexington in the extra inning rule and threw a guy out at the plate to save the game for us.
Cole Sturgeon in the box and backing away from a first pitch fastball that ran in.
And now with the left-hander up, you'll see Massey playing behind Brandon Phillips here. Just to give himself a little extra space just in case the ground ball's hit.
Phillips takes off for second, line drive into right field for a base hit. Pugh in front. Phillips will have third base, and runners will be set up on the edges with 2 outs for Nick Akins.
So Lexington's got themselves in a good spot here with the tying run in the on-deck circle. 10-6, right?
10-6.
Yeah. Tying run in the on-deck circle, so you need a big at-bat right here out of Nick Akins. Brian White going out to talk just a little bit here, settle him down, making sure we understand what we're trying to accomplish here. Control the damage. Let outcomes be outcomes. Just make a pitch.
We've seen Akins be now the patient hitter at the plate. How would you attack him here with the game hanging in the balance?
I'm going to throw a fastball, and I'm going to throw it a little bit in. I want to throw it for a strike here because he's probably taking, because he has been the past 2 nights. And another thing about Joe's fastball, it's a very good one, so it doesn't matter if it's over the middle. It's going to take a good swing to hit it. So I'm going to attack him right here first pitch and see what he's going to do.
First pitch on the way. Akins offered, fouls it off.
He probably swung at ball 1 right there, so got out of his approach a little bit where he's had some success, and you can see it kind of speeding up on him just a little bit. I'm not sure. I think he feels like he can hit a tying home run right here, but the tying run's on deck.
Righty deals. Chopped foul down the third base line.
Yeah, becoming just a hacker now again, but like we talk about Cornette, with 2 strikes, the guys that are hackers are dangerous. And you see a nice slider right here. Joe definitely trusts Jackson behind the plate. Might be going elevated fastball.
Pitch on the way, just above the belt.
Good pitch. And you can really be by the book right here. You throw the elevated fastball and go right back to the slider, but I love the elevated fastball doubled up right here. But he can really do whatever he wants here. He can go fastball in, fastball up, slider away. Looks like he's going slider.
Pitch popped up behind the plate.
Yeah.
Jackson Pritchard chasing it to the netting, and we'll watch it fall right in front of us for a foul ball.
That got pushed back a lot.
Quick reset. Runners on the edges, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Florence in front, 10-6, 1 out away from a Battle of the Bourbon Trail championship victory. Pitch to Akins.
Good pitch.
Good pitch. Started to go. They'll appeal down, but no go. It's ball 2 and a 2-2 count to the DH Akins.
I think you can throw that same pitch again and he'll swing here. It's a very good slider. Starts off on the plate, finishes off, and somehow he took it. I think you can throw that same pitch and get him to swing here.
Pritchard is set up out. The pitch from Doherty. Hard slider, throwing the hands, over short, in to left field for a base hit. Phillips will score, station-to-station advancement. And the lead trimmed to 3. It's 10-7, and the tying run will come to the plate in the form of Dalton Cornette here in the 9th.
Yeah, leads trimmed to 3, tying run at the plate. Cornette's hit a few balls hard today. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's going to swing at the first pitch here.
Would put everything I have in my bank account on it, which isn't a ton, but it's just the sentiment. Cornette's got 2 hits today, a double and a single. His first pitch from Doherty, a swing and a pop fly on the infield that should do it. At short, Tyler Fitzgerald creeping into shallow left, makes the catch, and that does do it. Your 2020 Battle of the Bourbon Trail champions are your Florence All-Stars. Here in Game 3 in Whitaker Bank Ballpark, Florence takes home the trophy.
Statement game. Statement game. That's nice right there. 7 former big leaguers on this club for Lexington. Multiple guys have affiliated experience, and the Florence Freedom dominated them. Florence All-Stars dominated. Really the year. I mean, you know, the battle of the 2 cities, Florence dominated.
No question about that, and we'll tell you all about it and more as we segue into a Battle of the Bourbon Trail Championship Victory edition of the postgame show next from Lexington, Kentucky.
Toyota is making a difference right here in America, investing $23 billion, helping create over 470,000 jobs, building over 25 million vehicles here, including Toyota Camry, America's best-selling car, one of 11 different Toyotas built in the USA, with Toyota Care 2-year no-cost maintenance included. For all Toyota offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey Freedom fans, let's play a game of Did You Know, courtesy of Life Center. Did you know organ and tissue donation is life-saving and life-changing for thousands of people? How about that more than 600 people in greater Cincinnati are waiting for a life-saving organ transplant? You can change someone's life with a simple yes when you go to renew your driver's license or state ID. Say yes and register to be a donor. Visit lifepassidon.org for more information or to register online. Life. Pass it on.
Points, cash, gear, sports. With a Dick's scorecard, you earn points on all your purchases and get 3% back in rewards and access to exclusive deals and events. It's simple. Points lead to cash to buy gear so you can play more sports. Get your Dick's scorecard and start earning reward certificates today. Every season starts at Dick's.
We welcome you back into Whitaker Bank Ballpark in Lexington, Kentucky. Aaron Brody and Dennis Pelfrey with you as we break ground on another edition of a postgame show with championship flair. Your Florence All-Stars seizing victory today in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail, pivotal and decisive Game 3 by virtue of a 10-6 victory. So we'll bring you into the broadcast booth. Aaron Brody here, the great Dennis Pelfrey there. Florence All-Stars take the series 2-1 and take the championship here in 2020.
Sorry, a little distracted with the champagne celebration, the picture on the field. Something I definitely wanted to be down there for, but again, coming into the booth for this series, wanted to fully give full control to Brian White and give him the reins. He's the next up-and-coming guy in Florence for the Y'alls, and you know, it's a crazy moment for me. I mean, I spent a lot of time here, and I love it. I love it in Florence. I love everything about it. You know, it's one of those things where I'm looking for Brian White to be better than me. You know, I feel like I'm pretty good, and you know, he's had some good people around him. Myself, Chad Rhodes, Mike Morris, Drew Martinez, and he's got to see a lot of different things and a lot of ways to do things and a lot of ways not to do things. And he's going to add his own little flair to it, obviously, and he's going to eventually be better than me.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there. We have plenty of time to put the bow on your career right here, but you said it was a big moment for you. Kind of walk us through what you're thinking as you look down there and see the guys soaking each other in champagne, victorious in such a weird year. They came back, they laid it on the line, and they take home the championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, last year we went to Game 5 with River City Rascals and felt like we won that game. We played very well, and we out-hit them. We outdid everything. We outplayed them. And
one inning in the seventh.
Just fell short. I mean, even in that inning, I mean, the guy who hits the 3-run double to take the lead gets fisted down the third base line on a shift and just kind of baseball being baseball, basically. And so we didn't get to do the champagne shower the last game of the year last year. And so obviously something I was looking forward to after the season last year is coming back again in 2020 to Florence, and ended up getting the job with the Giants, so I wasn't going to be able to get that redemption, so to speak. And it's really nice that, you know, with everything going on in the world today, we're able to have this league, and you know, thanks to the owners in Florence, the owners here in Lexington, to put this thing together for these guys, for they have something to play for and something to help their careers. And you know, you get to finish it you know, with a champagne shower, winning the last game of the year. It's there's nothing like it in the world.
So maybe the outcome you expected, but let's talk a little bit about it. Top teams in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail this season, 1 and 2 in the standings, were your Florence Freedom 1, Florence Y'alls number 2, 22-13 your final record, 22-14, a half game separating the two teams at the top of the standings. But still, you have to wear that target on your back coming into the series. All the former major leaguers, very new look lineup for Lexington, and still the cream rose here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the little bit of panic in Lexington with bringing in Brandon Phillips and his crew of guys coming in thinking that they're going to be able to compete, which they did. They competed. I'm not saying they didn't, but come in and kind of flip the script on us, so to speak. And, you know, we did like we always do. We don't care. We don't care what the other club's doing. We're going to go out and do our thing, and our thing is better than yours.
You guys put together a couple of tremendous teams, the Freedom and the Y'alls, loaded all season long. For those at home that maybe haven't watched the Game Report videos and that are watching this post-game celebration, this post-game show, talk to us a little bit about how you handpicked some of these guys, where you found them, and did you know day one when they came in that you probably had built and assembled in Florence the two teams that were going to be the teams to beat in this thing?
I mean, in all honesty, I say it a lot. The player, the actual player and the skill set doesn't really matter for what I try to create. It's the type of guys that we want, the mentality. You know, is their career important to them? Those are the things that I really look for. But coming into this thing from a standpoint of myself and Brian White obviously is going to call all the Florence Y'alls guys first to give them the opportunity to come, and a handful of those guys did come, which was great. So he gets to see those guys perform in a setting that's not as much pressure put on him, and a chance for Brian White to kind of really free his game up and do some things and experiment with some things, and as far as the lineup and all those things, because this doesn't go on his record, you know, so you kind of will prepare him for the next season. So it really worked out well for him in that aspect. So he just had to kind of hand pick a few pieces, and you know, he found some guys to kind of fill in some of those holes he needed, and he knew what he was looking for, and he went out and got it. For myself, you know, Craig Massey was a guy that I've called first, you know, because I've known him for a long time, and I know what he can do, and I know he's still trying to play. So, you know, that was the first conversation and got him locked into coming, and then I kind of built the team around him. So I try to find one or two guys that I want to build the team around, and then from there, you know, it's pretty easy if you got a guy like Craig Massey. So very fortunate for Mike Pinto and the Southern Illinois Miners that, you know, they had him under contract coming into this season, because you can build a team around that guy. But then Chad Sedio comes into the tryout camp. You know, obviously he's a no-doubter. A.J. Bumpus, no-doubter. Austin Riggins. Some of those guys from the tryout that we took, you know, were guys that I knew that could fit the puzzle pieces that I was trying to put together.
First phone call was to Craig Massey. All he did was go on to hit .460 with 8 homers, 35 RBIs, and take home MVP honors. The guy I'm tabbing, and it's not going to be official or anything, there's no plaque or trophy for it, but most valuable player in this series has to go to Cesar Trejo.
No doubt.
6 hits, couple of doubles, couple of singles, and the big homer today to tie it at 3 apiece. Really give that lift to Florence in the early innings, and they fell behind 3-0, but the home run tied it up. Most valuable player in the series goes to Trejo. I know you're a big fan of his.
Yeah, they limited the 2-out hits today, which was great, and going down 3 runs, like I've said from day one, the blows are going to happen. It's a matter of how you control those and how you chip away and get back in it. But immediately scored the 2 runs in the next inning to kind of bring the game back to a chance to win, and it was nice. But yeah, Caesar was another guy who was recommended to me by a Mariners scout. I think he was high on him, and the Mariners released him, and he called me immediately once he found out about the league. And so I looked Caesar up, talked to Caesar on the phone, and after talking to him for 5 minutes, it was an easy call to get him here as well. So obviously a phenomenal player. He's a very good player, but even more so, he's a good guy, and the way he talks about what he's trying to do with his career was an easy yes for me.
As we kind of get back to talking about this game here today, Game 3 of the Battle of Bourbon Trail Championship Series, a 10-6 victory for the Florence All-Stars. Didn't get off to the fastest start, 3-0, falling behind after just 1 inning. Jonathan Tripp comes in the game, though, restores order, sets a tone, and Tripp takes home the win.
Yeah, and I think that was the plan. Obviously, Big Game Lars, as I call him, got himself another championship to add to his collection of 15 or 20, whatever it is. But yeah, it was the right call to start him, and if things fell away from him pretty quickly, then we had, you know, Brian White knew he had Jonathan Tripp in his arsenal, and he was a few pitches away because he gets hot so fast. So if things start to unravel a little bit, you go right to Jonathan Tripp, and you know what he's going to do.
4 1/3 innings today in relief and got the win. Masterful performance for Jonathan Tripp, something that we've seen year in and year out for the last 3, counting this season, since he got to Florence in 2018. An incredible year, an incredible championship. It goes to Game 3, but Florence stands tall, wins it 10-6. my closing comments today, Pelf, is just, first of all, there's probably a checklist of things I could go down here, but thank you so much for choosing. I did not hold a gun to Dennis Pelfrey. I know he wants to be down there on the field right now, but he wanted to be up here in the broadcast booth all series long, and I just can't thank you enough for doing that. You added such an insight, and not to mention it's just cool for me to get the chance to sit next to you and view a baseball game, learn something about the game with you right here on the headset. So thanks a lot for doing that first.
Not a problem. Definitely something that I was excited to do. And again, I have never done it in my career, so hopefully I didn't scare some people off that are listening. But for me, it's, I appreciate you having me up here and allowing me to be up here to talk a little bit about, my thoughts and how I process a game as it's going on. So it's pretty neat to kind of hear, and I can go back and listen, and I can watch and see what I'm talking about and if I'm right or wrong and what I'm thinking, and totally different perspective. But for me, I want to say thank you to all the Florence people and the fans, and it's been a tremendous part of my life and my career, the last 6 years. And so, like I said, I've said from many times that this is a special place in my heart, and you as well. Everybody that's a part of it. It's been great for me and my family, and I've been very happy and blessed.
Well, so it was 5 years, a couple of Frontier League Championship Series appearances, about 20-some guys sent on to affiliated baseball, counting those that fall between the cracks in off seasons. And then in year 6, wacky COVID year, comes back to Florence and reigns supreme in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail, so you can throw a championship on the resume. Congratulations on that, and again, just can't say enough how cool it was for me. I know you wanted to be in San Jose, advanced A manager of the San Jose Giants and the San Francisco Giants organization, but I was giddy with excitement when I heard Pelf was coming back to Florence for another year. I was going to miss you a ton this year if you weren't back, and so selfishly I'm extremely happy how it worked out, getting to have you back in Florence another season, and just hope you know the difference that you've made in my career. I mean, trying to elevate the bar and the broadcast every year, wearing the coach's mic. A lot of coaches wouldn't do that. You were always willing. Only Frontier League team that has a weekly coaches show for a half hour every week. A lot of coaches wouldn't do it. Dennis Pelfrey did. So at every turn when I was trying to elevate the broadcast, you were always there, willing and able and adding to what I hope is the best broadcast in the Frontier League. And I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you so much for that. And thanks again for coming back this year and for doing what you always do, putting a winning product on the field.
I appreciate that. And it's, it really is about what the fans want to see, and they want to see some of that insight stuff, and that's why the coaches show is important to me, because if fans can really get an understanding of what we're trying to create, it makes it very easy for you to come out and cheer for our club if you know what we're about. So it's and obviously you and your crew have a huge part in producing those things, and it's been great since day one of the Dennis Pelfrey show last year, and and then the game report obviously this year has been fantastic. So if you haven't seen it, you need to go out there and watch it. It's on YouTube, and they're very entertaining.
They're always about a half hour long, some of them a little longer than that, but you're already on the right channel, the Florence Y'all's YouTube channel, for all the live streams and all the game report editions. And if you go to the Florence Freedom YouTube channel, it's still out there. You can look up the Dennis Pelfrey show from last year, all that stuff archived, and always just tons of insight. So
I actually watched all those again this year.
Did you?
They're so good. They're so good.
They were a lot of fun.
And you can see the progression too from the first one we did to the last one, how much better they got.
Oh yeah.
It was nice to see, but I went back and watched all those this year. It's pretty cool. It's like going back and watching The Office. You can watch it every year.
Absolutely.
So.
Never gets old. You learn something new every single time that you do go in there and watch. So it's been a blast. You're the absolute man, Dennis Pelfrey. Thank you so much for coming on the broadcast today, and congratulations to everybody in Florence Nation. Your Florence All-Stars reign supreme in the Battle of the Bourbon Trail, 2-1. Final score today, 10-6. The winning pitcher, Jonathan Tripp, swallowing the loss, lefty Alex Hamilton. The game was played in 3 hours and 36 minutes. Game time temperature, 68 degrees, sunny skies, and one big championship to put in the trophy case in Florence. Thank you so much, as always, for your listenership, your viewership all season long. We have one more special edition of the Game Report coming at you tomorrow. We will film it tomorrow. It'll be up later in the week, but we'll recap everything that we witnessed this weekend and more on the final installment of the Game Report to look forward to this week. So signing off from Lexington, thank you so much to everybody for being with us all season long. We're all rejoicing in the championship today. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and we'll talk to you next on